and maybe a little bit less going forward, but of course it depends on the student. Whereas something like Piano Adventures, you're looking about 2 months extra, it's gone, and then you need a new one. So the value for money, I think it works out about the same overall over the lifetime of the student. Two more things that might be negatives of Piano Safari. Next one is that it needs parental support. You'll hear teachers say this. They need the parent support at home. But here's the thing. To be successful with music lessons, you need the parent support, especially with younger students, which a lot of teachers are taking and using Piano Safari with. So, does it need extra parental support? Sort of, but also they'll go faster than in other methods. So really, parental support will just make students go faster. I don't know where to land on that. I don't think there's a good answer. Get your parents involved. That's the answer. Lastly, this does take a bit of learning for you as a teacher. Like I say, I think that's a good thing. I think you're going to learn so much, and you're clearly dedicated to the craft because you're spending time watching videos like this, right? So I know you know that's worth it. They do have fantastic teacher guides on their site, so make sure to make use of those if you're just getting started, and watch all the videos and read the mini essays. There's really so much information on their site. You can also see examples of my teaching, of using Piano Safari, bits of my lessons, things like that, if you're a Vibrant Music teaching member. So just go over to our training library and select teaching videos, and you'll see quite a few there where I teach various things within Piano Safari so you can see it in action. So there you have it. There are a bunch of methods and the considerations when looking at each one. I hope this helps you to start thinking about methods in different ways and being able to analyze them for yourself. Like I said, there are so many out there. So this isn't the definitive list of every method ever. That would be impossible, but it does give you a great starting point and a great way to think about methods moving forward. If you agree with me and you think this was a great way to start thinking about methods, make sure to hit the like button on this video and leave me a comment below. I'd love to hear how you get on and what your opinion is on these various methods.
Hello everyone, my name is Akira. I'm a pianist, piano teacher, and a translator who's lived in 3 different countries. Many of you have asked what method could I use, so I'm going to just talk about that today. It seems like many of my audiences are active piano teachers and self-learners. By the way, I don't recommend learning piano without taking any lessons because you could be wasting a lot of time. Piano teachers can help you learn the piano in the most efficient ways. With that said, I know you're going to still try to do it. Like I take allergy medicines with coffee, even though it's not recommended. So I'm going to share these tips so you can try to learn by yourself with as much help from YouTube. Before I start, as always, I want to say a huge thank you to my patrons on patreon.com. With your help, I'm getting closer and closer to making these videos more often. And if you're kind enough to support me for $3 or $10 a month, I'll leave the link to my Patreon page in the description. With that said, let's
in western Ukraine, where Russian forces have attacked the area around the airport of Lviv. The extent of the destruction is unclear at this point. But the city's mayor says Russian missiles hit the aircraft maintenance plant, not the airport itself. Up until now, Lviv had been largely spared from major attacks. The city is located less than 100 kilometers east of the Polish border and has taken in some 200,000 internally displaced people since the war started. We can now speak to DW correspondent Matthias Bollinger, who is in Lviv in western Ukraine. Matthias, we understand several blasts have been heard in Lviv. What more do you know about that?
Yeah, as you have already said, these blasts were near the airport. Smoke was seen coming arising from the airport area. However, it seems that the target was not the airport itself, but the maintenance and repair facility for planes, and that's in line with what we've seen in other parts of Western Ukraine. Fighting on the ground has been largely limited to the eastern parts of the country. The southern and the northern, limited is a bad word because these are vast areas, but the West has so far not been threatened with invasion, but there have been airstrikes throughout the whole country, and they have been mostly targeting facilities that, for example, can be used by the Air Force, the Ukrainian Air Force, and so that's airports and also military bases and all kinds of strategic targets. And this maintenance facility where planes are repaired is in line with that.
Is there any reason to doubt that it was in fact a Russian attack?
Who else would damage a Ukrainian plane repair facility if it's not Russia? Ukraine would be shooting in its own foot. Besides that, there is no evidence at all that Ukraine has been firing rockets on its own territory, and there are no other parties to this. I mean, it could be a Belarusian missile, or it could be a Russian missile, which is the most likely scenario, fired from Belarusian territory. But there are two parties to this conflict, and it's obviously that this was fired from the other party.
Matthias, how safe is it in Lviv now?
It's hard to say. I mean, as we have, this is one example, but there have also been other examples of rockets fired on cities like Lviv. There has been an attack on a military training center a few days ago that is near Lviv. So there are frequent air raid alarms, but we have not seen any of the indiscriminate bombing of civilian facilities, infrastructure, residential quarters that we have seen in those Russian-speaking parts of Ukraine, like Kharkiv, or in the capital of Kiev or Mariupol. So it's relatively safe, and that is why all these refugees are here. They're here, of course, on their way out of the country because this is near the border with the EU, but they're also here because this part of the country is still considered relatively safe. However, it's a war, and things can come down from the sky anywhere in Ukraine.
I'm curious, what does that tell you about the Russian strategy in targeting Lviv, Matthias?
It's, as I said, it's not really a change from what we've seen before. Russia has targeted anything that they would consider a military target, and this has been mostly infrastructure that could be used by the Air Force, the Ukrainian Air Force, which is still which is small and which is definitely not in control of the skies, but which is still active and which is still inflicting damage on the Russian Air Force and on Russian positions. So it's kind of an expected target. Other airports, Vinnytsia Airport, for example, that's another town in Western Ukraine that has largely been spared of attacks, but the airport has also been targeted, and the airport of Lutsk, which is another town here. So it's pretty much in line with that. I don't think Russia is in the position or is willing to extend its warfare, its on-the-ground warfare, or its shelling of civilian infrastructure at this moment to Western Ukraine. I think Russia has pretty much reached its limits for now, but of course they are trying to target these military, potentially military used facilities.
Matthias Berlinger in Lviv, many thanks, Matthias. The besieged port city of Mariupol has experienced some of Russia's fiercest bombardments. Local officials say about 80% of the city's dwellings have been destroyed, and over 350,000 people are trapped without heat and other basic necessities. On Wednesday, Russian forces bombed a theater sheltering hundreds of civilians. 130 people have been rescued, according to Mariupol's mayor. The full extent of casualties is unclear. DW's Nick Connolly managed to get through to a 19-year-old named Yuri in Mariupol, who sent us these voice messages.
Right now, I hear planes. I hear shooting every 5 or 10 minutes. The sound of fighting never goes away. It's been days since intense shelling started here where I am now. Ukrainian and Russian forces are fighting, and I haven't been able to leave my house. This is the 5th day I've been stuck inside. I've seen people dead on
Ну,
the
це буде
streets
нормально
for
жити,
long
русский язык,
hours.
стали забачать, правильно?
Near my house, there's a shop. I was nearby when it was hit by a shell. I went to see what happened and saw 4 bodies. They were probably hit by shrapnel. Their bodies were only picked up 2 days later.
Через 3-4 дня
3 or 4 days after the war began, people started running out of food. The shops were shut, and people started raiding shops that had been damaged by shelling in search of food. Another 3 or 4 days later, people were so hungry that they started breaking into shops that had stayed undamaged because they needed to eat.
А сейчас просто нет города.
Our city is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. It's been destroyed. The shops have been smashed up by hungry people, and our buildings have been pulverized. My friends went around the city and saw 5-story buildings where only the cellar was left.
Остался только подвал. Со временем я уже привык ко всем взрывам.
Over time, you get used to all the explosions. You're not really scared anymore. When something hits nearby, I've stopped running into the cellar. It just becomes normal. I get stressed when there's no internet, and I can't reach my relatives or my girlfriend, who already managed to get to Germany. All I think about is when I'll be able to get out of here and see her. The explosions and the shooting aren't as scary anymore as losing touch with the people you love.
Well, since we spoke to him, Yuri has managed to escape Mariupol. Many others have been less fortunate, with attempts to organize reliable evacuation corridors failing, as Ukraine accuses Russia of ignoring its ceasefire commitments. We're joined now by Yevgenia Kravchuk. She's a Ukrainian MP and a member of President Zelensky's Servant of the People Party. Welcome to DW. We really appreciate you joining us. You and your country have now endured more than 3 weeks of war. Let me begin by asking you how you're doing personally.
Well, I'm doing as every MP is doing. I'm doing my job. I'm working as MP because the parliament has been gathering for a few times since this full-scale war started. Also, I'm part of, we call this women diplomatic battalion, and I just returned from Strasbourg, where we had meetings in European Parliament and Council of Europe. And actually, Council of Europe expelled Russia from the membership, and it's the first international organization that had the courage to exclude Russia from the membership. My husband is fighting, and my daughter is sleeping in the basement and then learning in online school the next day. So it's the same thing as all other people experiencing. Of course, those who are in Kharkiv and Mariupol, they experience a lot more because they don't have food, water, electricity, but they do still have hope that we will get the proper support to end this war of aggression and terrorism, because it's simply terrorism what Putin does.
You mentioned the fact that your husband is fighting. Do you talk to him on a daily basis?
Yes, we do talk on a daily basis.
And he's doing fine?
Yes, he's okay. He's alive.
Let me ask you this. The mayor of Lviv today said that Russia attacked the city's airport area. Lviv is in the west of Ukraine, and many Ukrainians have fled there from other parts of the country. Do you expect Russia to target the West more?
We expect that Russia could target more if they do not, have any like going on the ground. Because as you see, they've stopped in going into the Kiev. They don't have ammunition. They don't have people enough to seize Kiev. So right now they are targeting civilians more and more. They're trying to get airports in Lviv. It's something that we've seen from the very first day of this war. But also an hour ago, a civilian neighborhood in Kiev was targeted. There was no war facilities over there. It just, just people living in high-stored houses. Russians do not probably have the proper number of missiles to cover the whole residential areas of Ukraine, but they would do it just to scare people and
they certainly
to give people the idea that there is no safe place.
Yeah, and they certainly have many troops to do that. I wonder, as you continue to endure this war, whether you feel that your country is getting enough help from European countries.
Well, of course, I'm thankful for the help we already got, but of course, it's not enough to have proper defense in the skies. Because why we're talking about these green corridors, about the people country, because they shell the cities, the normal peaceful cities, from the skies. We can get even counterattacks on the ground, but when they're hitting with missiles, by the way, these missiles that hit Lviv region, they were shot from Black Sea, so it's the missiles that can hit a long way. And it was confirmed by our army. It was 6 missiles, cruise missiles. 2 of them were taken off by our air defense system, but 4 hit the whatever area. The mayor will tell more about the consequences. Why we need air jets to fight Russians in there, and why we need this air defense system to take off these missiles, because they're targeting targets in all Ukraine and killing people every day. And by the way, I would like to comment yesterday's tweet of your chancellor about that it's only war of Putin. I would like to bring you some numbers from the sociology that Radio Free Liberty had taken in Russia in recent days. So, and it says that 3 out of 4, 3/4 of almost 75% of Russians, they support war in Ukraine. And when they're asked about this war, they say they feel proud and they feel happy. And today in Russia, they will celebrate an 8th year of anniversary of annexation of Crimea. They've had concerts all over the country, and Putin will be addressing the nation. Of course, they're getting most of the news from propaganda channels, but that's the reality. They do support this war. And I have another sociologist saying that 75% of Russians say that the next country could be Poland, should be Poland, and other European countries should be targeted, and it's okay. And if you do not see Germany in this list, it doesn't mean that they will not move forward to Eastern European countries such as Poland, such as Lithuania, such as Czech Republic, Bulgaria, and so on.
You've made your point resoundingly clear. We do appreciate that. Yevgenia Kravchuk, a member of Ukraine's Servant of the People Party. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
The war in Ukraine has left many feeling helpless, wondering what to do in the face of Russia's aggression. Actor and former governor of California, Arnold Schwarzenegger, seems to be no exception. In a heartfelt video he posted on social media, he addressed the Russian people, telling them their government was lying to them about events in Ukraine.
I'm speaking to you today because there are things that are going on in the world that are being kept from you, terrible things that you should know about. You see, Ukraine did not start this war. Neither did nationalists or Nazis. Those in power in the Kremlin started this war. This is not the Russian people's war. No. Every bomb or every shell that falls is falling not on an enemy, but on a school, or a hospital, or a home. I know that the Russian people are not aware of such things are happening. So I urge the Russian people and the Russian soldiers in Ukraine to understand the propaganda and the disinformation that we are being told. I ask you to help me spread the truth. And to President Putin, I say, you started this war. You're leading this war. You can stop this war.
Let's cross over now to our Russia analyst, Roman Goncharenko in Bonn. Roman, extremely strong words there from Arnold Schwarzenegger. How effective is this message, and will it reach the Russian public?
Well, I would say it's probably the best message that I've seen from the West to the Russian people, because persons like celebrities like Arnold Schwarzenegger used to be very popular in Russia, especially with my generation of people who grew up in the 80s. And it's difficult to estimate how this will resonate, because Russians have a very limited access to social networks, Western social networks like Twitter or Facebook. But they do have YouTube, they have Telegram, where Schwarzenegger also published his message. So what I've seen so far, there's been a positive reaction on YouTube, for example, positive comments, but there are also a lot of Russian trolls doing typical whataboutism, saying, hey, Schwarzenegger, what about Syria? What about Iran, other countries where US invaded? Why were you silent at that time? So I would say that some Russian critical media also published that, and this is probably the best way to reach young Russians. But you have to understand that more than half of Russian population supports this war, so the effect would be limited.
Roman, Western officials are
Понимаешь,
accusing Russia
может быть
of
даже
not
так.
taking
Тут
the peace
непонятно,
seriously.
понимаешь?
Yet the
Россия
Kremlin
защищается.
says Russia is
Россию
putting
всегда
a
хотели,
colossal
понимаешь?
effort
Если ты
into
взглянешь,
themselves
ну
on
хорошо, это
possible.
так, как нам историю преподают, да? Я сейчас не за, не против говорю. Вот ты, если бы ты в русской школе учился, тебе бы сказали, пришло татаро-монгольское иго, и потом русский народ воевал и положил себе почти полное, короче, да, и потом смели татары там, да, типа того. Вот потом пришел Наполеон, и там опять, да, то есть, ну там не говорится про жертв, ну тоже, наверное, было немало, ну а может и наоборот, да, да, понимаешь. И такая ситуация, что, да, про внешние войны там они не очень говорят, ну окно в Европу вот прорубили, вот это они говорят, да. И, ну это тоже способ самозащиты, так воспринимается это, по крайней мере, понимаешь. Потому что если бы Россия была необразованной, вечно бы тут шастал кто-нибудь, понимаешь, да. Да, ну это тоже как бы, наверное, как с другой стороны, другая сторона монеты, наверное, может и так даже. Ну да, типа того. Ну вот и что деваться теперь? Ну видишь, то ли мы слабые, то ли нас, да, понимаешь. Да. Ну не знаю, не доверяю уже Западу просто, и все. Украина-то что, она маленькая, им плевать, они отдались Западу, да и хрен с ними, да. Потому, да. Только они что-то, не знаю, могли бы как поработать как-то хорошо, лучше бы, я не знаю, как, ну, меня не касается. Ну, значит, нет, не бывает такого. Мне интересно, это я просто так вообще сам. Ну, и не привык пока. Может быть, что-то знаю. Да. Поэтому, да, непонятно. Ну, непонятно как раз, да, понял. Да. Правда только в труде. Это я точно тебе могу сказать, да. Люди, да, зло в людях, но неискоренимо. Знаешь, вот людей напугай и не договаривай. И будет политика тогда. И мыры, да. Ну, зло. А что, нет, они прям идеальные. Вы белые пушистые, а мы что, не наоборот, что ли? А, наоборот, ну, мне не касается. Хорошо, а как нам, как бы, ну да, я согласен.
And I would be very optimistic about those negotiations. So for the coming days and week, I think the situation will get worse.
President Biden called Vladimir Putin a murderous dictator, pure thought, who is waging a moral war against the people of Ukraine. How bothered is the Kremlin by this name calling from the White House?
Well, we've
В
heard
русских
some
школах так и
criticism
говорят.
from the Kremlin, but I think they actually do not care. We are beyond the point where they care about Western remarks or what Western leaders say about Russia or Vladimir Putin. And I think also such remarks like by President Obama in 2014 when he said Russia was a regional power, and there are experts in the
Даже
West
если
who
это
tend to say
пропаганда,
that was a
понимаешь, даже
mistake,
если
and
там
I don't
история,
actually think
история не может быть
that
полностью ложью, понимаешь?
President Putin cares
Да, то
about
есть,
such things. He sees himself as a big commander who is doing historic, who's waging historic wars or bringing glory back to Russia. So he doesn't really care, I think.
Russia analyst Roman Doncharenko, many thanks.
Да, да. Ладно. Ну
The
что,
World Health
нормально, люди же
Organization
аплодируют.
says indiscriminate attacks across Ukraine have damaged hospitals
Я
and
вообще
crippled
ничего не знаю,
healthcare
не понимаю.
services. WHO Director General Tedros Ghebreyesus warned the war could have a devastating impact on Ukraine's citizens and healthcare system for decades.
The disruption to services and supplies in Ukraine is posing an extreme risk to people with cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, HIV, and TB, which are among the leading causes of mortality in Ukraine.
Here's a look now at some of the other developments in the conflict. The United Nations Undersecretary General has called for an investigation into the civilian casualties in Ukraine. Speaking at the UN Security Council, Rosemary DiCarlo said international law prohibits attacks on civilians, and those responsible must be held accountable. Russian strikes have destroyed schools, hospitals, and residential buildings. Australia and Japan have announced new sanctions on Russia as punishment for the invasion of Ukraine. The sanctions target multiple individuals and organizations, including Russia's central bank, finance ministry, and 2 oligarchs linked to Australia's mining industry. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says the alliance must prevent any escalation of the war beyond Ukraine's borders. He was speaking in Berlin after meeting German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock. The foreign minister said more German troops would be sent to NATO's eastern borders. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says Russia is making no meaningful diplomatic effort to end the war in Ukraine. He also said he agrees with President Biden that Russia has committed war crimes. Biden added that he believes Russia's Putin is a murderous dictator waging an immoral war. Meanwhile, NATO has been conducting a massive military drill in Norway. The alliance says the maneuvers are designed to test troops' readiness for combat in cold conditions. Some 30,000 soldiers from 27 countries are involved. DW's Jack Power reports from Camp Brenna in Norway.
Fire and maneuver. 2,500 French, Polish, Spanish, and Portuguese soldiers taking part in this NATO exercise called Brilliant Jump. The soldiers told us the invasion of Ukraine has bolstered their determination to defend their countries.
This exercise, we actually can see that we are a solid group. We are working like one organism, and if we are together, we will find a way.
шмят. знаешь. если пьянство это не что-то ответственность где-то, кто отвечает? Да, и кто-нибудь обязательно родится и скажет, эй, да пошли нахер. Начнет работать на себя, да, пока все бухают. Может быть, если я буду ну и все потом будут сосать у него. Образно выражаясь, скажем. Либо преступно, но на себя так говорит. Но на себя так думает, потому что это шок, что. Вот это, вот это на вас мне начхали все. Потому что мужчина всегда один, понимаешь? Мужчина это одиночество. Потому что это ответственность. Ну, как тебе, да, ты всегда на публике, но ты всегда один, понимаешь? Да. Ты всегда должен что-то сказать, но ты всегда за все должен ответить, поэтому только ты один можешь сам наедине с своей совестью, как с Богом Саваофом, который, да, то есть с мерилом правосудия и справедливости и всех дел мира сего, да, понимаешь? Ты всегда, вот понимает. И так было всегда, наверное. Предашь, убьешь себя и окружающий мир, да, понимаешь? И покажешь, ну, да, предашь себя, убьешь все. Да, можно тихо и мирно работать трудяги, да. Ну, ладно. Ну, вот я по этой теории. Да. Ну, не с той стороны начнем, начал, значит, да. Да, буквально что хочешь, то и пахай. То есть продолжение за все отвечать надо. Да. Чтобы тебя это радовало, чтобы не унывать, понимаешь? Потому что ты на других людей радуешь, да, понимает он тебя, да. Начнешь унывать, станешь как Путин. Как бы, ну, понял. Да. Как Путин, ну, да. Жена, ну, не важно. Крылья потеряешь свои, понимаешь, и каш, да. Начнешь унывать. Убивать, если начинают. Ну, может, это так тоже и работает. То есть ты раз приуныл, но как бы ты понимаешь, что да, приуныл, когда что-то новое, понимаешь, а потом нашел решение и да, начал работать и увидел, что можно сделать. Короче, понял ты меня. Вечная свобода. Даже, да, то есть, и плен, но только пока ты на него согласен. Когда понимаешь, то есть идеально просто, да. И спросить ты даже не скажу, представляешь, какой ужас. Вообще как ой, ладно, не говори, когда же. Я молчал. Вот именно самый, да, страшно, друзья. Я ладно,
Welcome to the program. Listen, you made a protest on state television this week that reverberated around the world. I just want to know, on a human level, how do you feel? Are you feeling scared right now?
No, I don't feel scared, but at the moment, of course, I feel a huge burden of responsibility, and I realize that my life has changed irrevocably. And don't think there's some sort of sad fate in store for me for the demarche on air. But I'm hoping that I won't face criminal charges.
Marina, you were fined this week some 30,000 rubles for an unauthorized public event, is what the court said. Do you think you will get more punishment? Obviously, the idea of disrupting Kremlin propaganda with this new law could carry 15 years in jail, much more punitive sanctions in terms of fine. Are you concerned about that, or you think they won't do that to you?
You know, at the moment, I'm not too worried about it because it was an administrative offense and I was handed a sentence, an administrative sentence, and there is a criminal investigation underway. It's still ongoing and I don't know what will happen next.
Marina, can I just ask you, you are an ordinary Russian woman who worked for state television. You have 2 children. What on earth made you do this? How did you decide to do it?
You know, I decided to do it spontaneously, but the decision was brewing for quite a long time. You know, lately I have been feeling a cognitive dissonance more and more between my beliefs and what we say on air. It was a growing sense of dissatisfaction that kept increasing every year, and the war was the point of no return, when it was simply impossible to stay silent. And I realized that I would either need to do something or we will reach a point of no return. And it will be more and more difficult to do anything.
Marina, tell me physically how you were able to do it. I mean, could you just freely walk onto the set? Were you part of the nightly broadcast as a producer? How do you actually physically get access to the anchor set?
You know, let's say that I was afraid until the last minute that I won't be able to do it, that it won't have the effect that I was expecting. Because the newsroom on Channel 1 is a huge open space, open plan area. And I was planning to stand back, but then I realized that I would not be visible and the directors will change the layout very quickly. I'll be arrested and it will over at once. But eventually I watched the scene technically and thought how to organize it correctly. And right in the last minute, I decided that I would be able to overcome the guard who stands in front of the studio and stand behind the host. So I moved very quickly and I passed by the security and showed my poster.
Marina, do you think that other journalists will follow what you did? What reaction have you had from colleagues?
You know, I have not spoken to any of my colleagues yet because I had to give up my phone as part of the administrative offense, and so I haven't been in touch with my colleagues yet. But as far as I can see on the internet, some of my colleagues have begun to resign from federal TV channels, and I think this is becoming a public demonstration because many are feeling a disconnect between the reality and what we say on air.
So look, we've talked to a lot of people inside Russia, journalists, who say that, something like 70% of the Russian people actually watch state television. And these are the people who believe the Kremlin propaganda, who believe that there's no those 5 seconds can change what people believe.
Besides, indeed, society in Russia is divided into one half supports the war and the other doesn't. Those who
Назри,
support the war, of course, they watch state
Да,
TV
получается.
in Russia. And yes, they are rather brainwashed by the propaganda because state propaganda is blaring from every state TV channel from morning till night, especially now there is an information war. And you know, I'm watching my elderly mom who
Не,
watches
тут
and
такого
listens
нет.
to
Все
the
выгоды
propaganda
получают
from
люди,
morning
понимаешь?
till night,
Все, кто
and
с
she
русским
is
паспортом,
so
все получают выгоды
brainwashed
с этого.
that I can't.
Ну, вместе с
I
тем
can't
и
talk to
как
her
бы и
for 5
минусы тоже
minutes
какие-то определенные.
because these phrases she
Ну и
keeps
кто живет здесь?
repeating, the phrases she hears on
Соответственно.
TV, the phrases that our
Ну, не надо,
propagandists
не надо,
created. And I think 50% of our society are like my mom. But I wanted to show to the world that Russians are against the war. The majority of Russians are against the war. And even if they support the Kremlin policy, they are pacifists. They hate war inside themselves. Everybody in Russia is scared by what's going on. Everybody is confused. Our life changed overnight. Russians are really scared by what's going on. And their faces show fear and confusion.
Maria, what is next for you? What will you do?
Вы знаете, я не могу сказать, что я
Ну, что такое?
tell you what I'm going to do tomorrow because the times are such that our lives have changed overnight
Ладно, женщина, девушка.
with this war. And it's difficult to plan anything because everybody is living in a way that we're thankful for today and we don't know what will happen tomorrow, what tomorrow will bring. It's just something that scares us a lot.
And just another personal note about your own safety. Do you fear for your safety? Have you received any, harsh criticism?
You know, it's the first day that I am at home, not actually at home, but at my friend's place. So I haven't yet read all the commentaries and all the news. So I've not yet sunk into this world, contradicting with all the information or saving myself.
And how about your children? Are you able to protect them? Do they understand what their mom did?
I don't know yet what to do next, what my steps will be. At the moment, my children are safe. And of course, I fear for them very much. But I
very much for being so brave.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
No let-up at all in the fighting in Ukraine, and the propaganda war is also intensifying. A clinic comes under attack. Who's to blame? Residential areas flattened. The same question. Who is to blame? A whole city cut off. Again, who's to blame? It's a battle of words between a man whose country clearly stands behind him and an autocrat with a long record of pulverizing opposition. And to the point we are Zelensky against Putin, whose truth is stronger? Well, thank you very much for joining us today. And my guests here in the studio are Natalia Smolentseva, a Russian-born journalist now with Deutsche Welle here in Germany. Also with us is Suda David Wilk from the German Marshall Fund, and a warm welcome to Moritz Gartner, chief reporter with the German magazine Cicero. Thank you all three for being with us here today. And on this show today, we wanted to look at the power of words and the power of images. And why better to begin than with Natalia? I'd like to ask you, Natalia, to decipher for us some video that a lot of people have been seeing that has had a lot of influence. Give us your take on what it's all about. Here we go.
So we see this as a live broadcast on Monday night on one of the main Russian state channels, and for a couple of seconds, editor Marina Ovsyannikova rushed into the studio behind the presenter, holding a sign saying basically no to war and saying don't believe in propaganda, they are lying to you. This was just a short moment. It was cut then in the live TV, but it spread immediately on social media.
Had a huge impact.
Exactly. It was discussed both in Russia and outside of Russia. Well, we have to know that some social media is already restricted in Russia, so I guess not a lot of people have seen it, or not everyone has seen it. But among those who've seen it, it was debated whether it was real or fake, and whether it's a heroic act or is it just the way for her to.
What's your take on it? Was it real? Was it fake?
It was real, and now we know because we know this person, and she's been already. She had a court hearing already. She was already given, a fine for this action. So we do know it's real, and we do know that why she did it. She also released a video saying that her personal story. This is very important for her. Her father is Ukrainian, her mother is Russian, and despite the fact that she's been working for Russian state TV, Russian propaganda essentially for past years, this is the red line she couldn't cross, basically.
Really powerful stuff. Yeah. Moritz, could you tell us, we're going to bring up now a photo, which I'd like to ask you to tell us what it signifies for you. Yeah?
Well, this is a photo from the city Mariupol, which is like 500,000 in Ukraine, and it's a besieged city. And what we see is the impact of a Russian rocket attack on a hospital in Mariupol several days ago, and we see a pregnant woman who was carried away. I even know the photographer. It's Evgeny Malolietka, a Ukrainian photographer who's in the city until now. And of course, this is a very, very emotional picture, and it doesn't fit with the idea that Russia is trying to give of this war now way. I even know several days ago on sea in Ukraine, near Mariupol, which is like 500,000 in Ukraine, and it's city, and what we see is the impact of a Russian rocket attack on a hospital in Mariupol several days ago, and we see a pregnant woman who was carried away. I even know the photographer. It's Evgeny Malolietka, a Ukrainian photographer who's in the city until now. And of course, this is a very, very emotional picture, and it of course doesn't fit totally. Doesn't fit with the idea that Russia is trying to give of this war. Russia is saying it's a special operation against the Ukrainian military, against some Nazis, and of course, in the moment when they attack hospitals in Ukraine, and this leads to this impact. It's horrifying, and
Okay, well, to reiterate what we've seen the images of that dreadful attack on the maternity hospital. A pregnant woman and her baby died when the hospital where she was meant to give birth was attacked. I'd like to ask you, Sue, David, Will, what are your thoughts about those two series of images?
Well, there are two images that have certainly struck a chord, both in terms of the bravery of this woman that stood up in the face of great danger but spoke her mind, because many Russians who don't agree with Putin's actions are leaving the country. So the ones that are staying behind are certainly under risk for speaking out. And as you mentioned, she went through 2 days of lack of sleep and a probably fear for her life, and is now out. But who knows what will happen to her next. And the other image also, of course, strikes fears for the civilian population in Ukraine, because this, of course, brings about questions about is this regime in Russia committing war crimes? Because there is a deliberate attack on civilian infrastructure and on hospitals, and the WHO has actually already spoken out against it.
Natalia, what would you say about this? About these discussions now about war crimes and genocide? I mean, you grew up in Russia. That's where you spent most of your life. Tell us how you reflect on that. What you're seeing now.
Well, for me as Russian, it's really hard to see what Russia, my country, essentially is doing in Ukraine. I've been in Russia just recently, just 2 weeks ago, and this moment when the war started was, I guess one of the worst moments I've experienced. Honestly, because until the last moment, I couldn't believe this was possible, even when and I think many people.
I read this to you and said this, you couldn't believe it. I mean, for me, as a little bit of an outsider, we'd seen this symbolic gesture, this huge dramatic theatrical gesture of the convoy moving forward so threateningly.
We've seen this as well, and a lot of people I've been talking in Moscow, like during my reports and just on the daily life, they said, no, it's all staged. It's all the game Putin is playing. He wants to, get something else from the West. He wants to get an agreement. He wants to be recognized as the superpower, but he will never, ever wage a war against Ukraine. This is just insane. And, we all woke up in the morning of 24th and understood that it is insane.
The world has changed. The world has completely
changed.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing that I want to add, I arrived in Ukraine, in the eastern part of Ukraine, the day before the war started, and even there, people didn't want to believe that this kind of war would start, that a large-scale war against the whole country would start. People thought that maybe there would be some escalation at the front line or anything, but they couldn't believe that this would happen, even like right next to these people's republics, where people knew what war was like. They didn't want to believe. One thing I wanted to add concerning these pictures, I've lived 5 years in Russia. I have relatives there, I have friends there, and what's really hard for me to understand how Russians, these pictures, they also arrive in Russia, what's happening there. And the houses, the people, the faces, the way people talk, it's very similar to Russian cities. These places, they look like all these houses from Soviet times. They could be in Vladivostok, in Moscow, in St. Petersburg, anywhere. And I can't understand how Russians can accept and can somehow realize that this is happening, that people and places who are very similar to them, they get bombed by their army at the moment.
So what's your answer to that question? Because I think, we're all thinking about it.
Sure. It's very interesting that you bring that up, because this picture of the woman being carted out of the hospital, the pregnant woman, Russia has said that this is a crisis actor. And if you look to, for example, the United States, you hear fringe voices on the right also talking about, gun violence, school shootings, like what happened in Connecticut to the kindergarten, Sandy Hook, as being, those were all crisis actors. So somehow people are being, brainwashed with disinformation about what the actual state is. As you mentioned before, Putin has prepared the Russian people to think that this is a war, a glorious war of freeing the Ukrainians from Nazis, right? So he's trying to harken back to a time of Russian patriotism, namely World War II.
Okay, before we move on, because it's very interesting, let's just listen to how Vladimir Putin himself explains why he began this awful war. And he gave this speech in an address to Ukrainian soldiers. That's important to mention.
Dear comrades, your grandfathers and great-grandfathers did not fight the Nazis and defend our common fatherland so that neo-Nazis could seize power in Ukraine. You made an oath to serve the Ukrainian people. They are a fascist junta who have seized power. They are plundering Ukraine and exploiting its people. Don't fulfill their criminal orders. Lay down your weapons and go home.
Okay, so we want to talk a little bit about language today, and I think it's very important or very interesting there, Moritz, that there's Vladimir Putin who has said, you have been talking about the fact that there is a war being fought, that there is devastation and destruction. Vladimir Putin is telling his people that they may not use the word war to describe what is going on. How shocking is that? What does that tell us?
Well, actually, to be honest, no nation who's starting a war is talking about war, actually. I mean, we know it from Germany, we know it from other countries. People politicians who start a war, they like to talk about special operations, about operations, limited operations, whatever. They're not saying we are going to war, we are waging a war. War is unpopular everywhere. And so Putin is trying to copy Western leaders maybe, but I think the problem is that nobody is buying this in the country he's attacking. He's talking to the Ukrainian soldiers and to the Ukrainian people and telling them that Russia comes to liberate the country from a Nazi junta. I just want to add that Zelensky is a Jew. The president of the country is a Jew. Important point. Yeah. It's an important point. And maybe there are lots of Ukrainians who were dissatisfied with the president before this war started. There are several points of critique. Of course, it's no perfect country, it's no perfect democracy. There's definitely no junta, and people in Ukraine, they didn't want to be liberated. And that's why maybe the only people who are believing this are some alt-right people in the US and some Russians who believe in the state propaganda. But in Ukraine, this didn't work, not at all.
Exactly. I think the question is whether this is actually addressed to the Ukrainian population. Putin is just so Russian leadership is so full that Ukraine is waiting for Russian army to be liberated, or whether this is actually addressing the Russian population to reinforce this narrative that what we are doing is not. They're actually saying this. What we are doing is not the war; is the prevention of the war, which is like calling black white and white black, so to say. So this is also
that was the point. I mean, you're saying it's standard practice for a country going to war, but I feel as though it is a total abuse of language, an Orwellian abuse of language. That you say that one thing is another thing, you turn it on its head, you make a mockery of language.
But I think that Putin believed in what he was saying. I think Putin and maybe the people around him, they believe that still in Ukraine, a Russian-speaking person means a pro-Russian person. Odessa is a Russian-speaking city. Kharkiv, which is under attack now, is a Russian-speaking city. And he thought that the fact that they speak Russian means that they're pro-Russian. And when the Russians attack, they would come out with Russian flags and would greet the liberators. But it totally didn't work out. I just checked the other day, there are some pro-Russian politicians in Kharkiv, for example, the former governor. was always very pro-Russian and anti-revolution in 2014, you know, that he's defending the city now against the Russian occupiers, how they are called in Ukraine at the moment. So, yeah.
So I think I have a feeling they obviously miscalculated this, and I mean, I don't know personally why, but there's this feeling that, you know, maybe also because of the pandemic, that Putin has been, you know, quite in isolation, and his political elite has been in isolation, and it seems like the propaganda they've created, or the narrative they've created for the own public, at some point they started believing their own narrative.
The distance from the real world, that absurd table, for example, that we've seen time and again.
Exactly, this gap from what exactly is happening in Ukraine or elsewhere in the world, and how this is portrayed in their heads. So I don't know what was the calculation back there, but it doesn't seem that the calculation was to hold this war for such a long time. It was obviously this blitzkrieg and fast operation, and hope that they will be probably greeted with flowers, as it's portrayed in Russian TV. So maybe this was the idea in the very previous head that didn't really match the reality. So we have a group in our organization called the Alliance for Securing Democracy, and we monitor Russian disinformation. And some of the narratives that are being put out right now are about Ukraine having chemical and biological weapons, resuscitating its nuclear program, being a vassal state of the United States, right? So these are things that are out there, but in a way, it sort of foreshadows what Russia perhaps intends to do, right? And in that way justifies perhaps future actions of Russia. So I think it's, yes, propaganda for its people, but also in a way, sort of projecting in the mirror what Russia intends to do in Ukraine as well.
It has to be said, in all fairness, that the US has a track record as well. Colin Powell.
I think that was a war that it was not a war that the United States provoked. Sure, there was faulty intelligence, but it wasn't a war of choice, perhaps. To say what Blinken said, because I think that there is a clear difference. It was a different time. This is an unprovoked, unjustified act of aggression on the part of Russia.
But I want to add, as a German who has lots to do with Russians, who was discussing with Russians over the last 20 years, I'm thinking about the Iraq war all the time over the last days. I was demonstrating against the Iraq war in Germany at that moment, but still we couldn't prevent it. And I would say that the harm this war did, we also see it today, because Russia is using something like the Iraq war as a justification to its own people, because Russia says that Americans are also doing this, and we can do it too. At this moment, I can't really answer, no, it's not true.
I think there's a clear difference between the United States and Russia in terms of, the United States has caused harm with the Iraq war, no doubt about it, but it still sees itself as a benign power. It still believes in the rule of law. It believes in democratic values. I don't think you can compare the United States with Russia. And the whataboutism that Putin is trying to put out there is exactly what we need to stand up against in order to have resolve in the West against Putin's actions in Ukraine.
But the Iraq war still made the position of the West, or the moral position of especially the US, much weaker.
I think you can all point to, we're changing the topic of this program, but I think you could point to the United States in several occasions over history. But the point is that the United States also has a track record of correcting itself and being a benign power for the liberal international order. That's my belief.
Let's get back to Ukraine. So the conflict has prompted Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to turn on his people on what seems like a daily basis, you almost have to say. And it's very dramatic what he has to say, and it's often very strong stuff. Let's listen in.
Today, we must be united in condemning this war crime of Russia, which reflects all the evil that the occupiers have brought to our land. all of the destroyed cities and everything they've done. The bombing of a maternity hospital is conclusive evidence that what is happening is a genocide of Ukrainians.
Natalia, what do you say to that accusation of genocide? That's still a very, very, very dour crime.
The genocide is used in this statement, is also used in the Russian propaganda, actually. So it's a very, very serious accusation, and I cannot obviously speak for the Russian government or even for the Russian people there. For me, it's really painful to see what's happening there, and as a Russian, I feel horrible every day, talking to my friends in Ukraine about it. But if we see right now, this is also on the informational part, this war between these narratives, as you mentioned at the very beginning. We also have to see what the Russian side has to say, what the Ukrainian side has to say on this, in the sense that they're trying to build this narrative, and of course the Ukrainian narrative is supported, or what the president is saying is supported by the West, and it seems to be that it's the truth narrative there. But then, in order to win, I think we need to find a way how to fight the propaganda and misinformation that's happening in Russia. This is very crucial, and it's very crucial to be allies with these people who stand up to this as well.
Russia could end up very, very, very isolated indeed at the end of this war. It could take almost a lifetime to recover, to get back to where people were. How silly is that?
Isolated from whom? From what?
The past week, I've been at home. I've been in Moscow for a time. I've seen people just sitting, looking at this, not believing, in huge shock of what's happening. And no matter where they stand in this position, because most of the people I know, they're against this, and they're in shock with what's happening, and they don't support this. They're just seeing their lives being thrown out of the window. They're seeing all their, projects, all their savings, everything just get out. And
it's beyond all belief. It's just not what we expected.
Obviously, and the sanctions will hit really hard, especially these people who are open-minded, who are, in their 30s, 40s, who've managed to do something with their lives, and now, one way to another, they just don't have it all. And of course, we can talk about that they're also to blame. And
so what do they have in their life?
Also responsible to a large extent to what's happening there. But does it help? Does it help us to fight Putin?
I think that the crazy thing is that one of Putin's main points of his why people still voted for him after 20 years was the word stability. He said, okay, the 90s were a time of chaos, of poverty, and we rebuilt this country, and I guarantee stability. And now he's throwing all this stability out of the window to wage this war against Ukraine. And this brings me to the point to think that Putin has somehow lost contact with reality. He's thinking in categories of being a historic person, of being some kind of Napoleon, a historic mission, and he doesn't care about things like economy anymore.
Important points, very, very, very important points. Sandra, I'd just like to come back to you because we're sort of ganged up on you just a little bit just now. As being an American, I just want to. The Americans are obviously a key player in what's going on in Central Europe at this point in time. It's a long way away, but it isn't for Americans. Can you explain how people are sort of reading the situation for us?
Well, for one thing, the Ukrainian people have won the hearts and minds of the United States. Zelensky will be speaking to a joint session of the U.S. Congress, and I think that it's made the people of the United States realize that freedom and democracy are not to be taken for granted. So I think that has definitely woken people up about the fragility of democracy. And of course, when you think about the region, it also shows that the United States still plays a major role in keeping the stability of Europe. And I think if it were up to countries in Central and Eastern Europe, they certainly want a strong United States present. And this whole idea of Europe taking its security into its own hands, or this concept of strategic autonomy, is certainly on the back burner for now.
I did want to come back to you because there was you wrote an item about your experience when you were still recently in Ukraine, and you were quite explicit in it, and just a little bit unjournalistic in that you said it broke your heart. That's how it felt. Tell me a little bit more about how it broke your heart.
It actually broke my heart because I'm not only writing about this Eastern European region, about Russia, Ukraine, Armenia, and all these countries over the last 20 years. I have many friends there, I have relatives there, and I somehow saw my mission in explaining Russia to the Germans, explaining Germans to the Russians, and building bridges actually. And my belief is that there are a lot of setbacks, like Putin's getting more authoritarian, everything, and all his campaigns against gay people and so on. But still, I believed that we were going in the right direction. And of course, this moment when Russia and the Russian army attacks Ukraine, where I also have many friends, it destroys everything. And I think it will take a very long time to.
Let me pick up on that because one of my colleagues said that he could imagine. He said it's a quirky position perhaps to have at this point in time. We could be out of this in a couple of weeks' time. Is that in any way likely, or is this a deep war?
We don't know. I think from what I hear from the people in the military, all these operations cannot drag for more than a couple of weeks. But then again, nobody expected this to start in the first place. So at this point, I think we can't really.
Okay. We've got to leave it there, I'm afraid. Thanks very much for joining us. I hope we've given you at least food for thought. For now, goodbye and cheers.
Russia's army is pressing its attack on Kiev and other major Ukrainian cities, shelling targets that include residential buildings and other institutions sheltering civilians. To some, the tactics look familiar, like a page from Russia's playbook in Syria. Indiscriminate bombardment of heavily populated centers, cluster munitions, and sieges all add up to a dirty war inflicting widespread suffering. Reports suggest battle-hardened Chechen and Syrian fighters are in fact joining the Russian forces fighting in Ukraine. On To the Point, we ask, war in Ukraine, does Putin want total devastation? Hello and welcome to The Point. It's a pleasure to welcome our guests. Liana Fix is a security and Russian expert who works with the Berlin-based Kurva Foundation. It's great to have Kristen Helberg with us once again on the show. She's a freelance journalist who has reported extensively from the Middle East and Syria for German and Swiss media. And joining us from Bonn, Louis Sanders from DW's investigative unit. So let me ask all of you to tell us a little bit about how you interpret what we're seeing at the moment on the ground. And Liana, Kiev, Kharkiv, Mariupol, all under heavy attack. What are you hearing about the extent of civilian and military casualties on both sides?
Well, Moscow's initial campaign was very much the idea to have a shock and awe campaign and to finish the war quickly, have a victory parade in Kiev, and that was it. This has not worked out, and we see casualties on the Russian side, which amount to hundreds and thousands of casualties unexpected by Moscow. So this is now a shift in strategy. Russia could not achieve its initial aims, taking Kiev, regime change, and now it's going for the part that we've seen in Syria, to terror against the civilian population, to force Kiev to make concessions in negotiations, because the pictures and the way of warfare is just so brutal and cruel at the moment.
Let me ask you about those negotiations, because we're seeing or hearing conflicting signals. On the one hand, we have the Russian Foreign Minister, Mr. Lavrov, saying that he's optimistic that the talks are making progress. On the other hand, we have President Putin saying he's going to prosecute this war to the end. What do you make of that discrepancy?
It's an incredible, difficult situation for the Ukrainian government to be in, because obviously
crowds packed into Russia's Olympic Military Stadium, really celebrating the annexation of Crimea, the 8th-year anniversary of that act, all the while Russia is continuing to threaten the territorial integrity of not only now eastern Ukraine, but across much of the country now, including the capital, Kiev. So we're really seeing these quite shocking pictures from Moscow now, crowds packed in, waving the Russian flag, a celebration of this annexation, videos shown really celebrating the Russian military. But of course, this is important timing for Russia. We have heard reports from NATO and other Western officials that morale within the Russian military and even support from within Russia is waning. We have also, of course, seen protests in Moscow and St. Petersburg against the war. So this is really a show by the Kremlin to really bolster that support for the country, for the military, and for what it has described as a military operation in Ukraine. But of course, this is a full-scale war targeting, we've seen, civilian infrastructure and bringing the country really to a standstill now. But of course, these pictures will come as quite a shock to those in Ukraine, seeing the celebration of an annexation, which of course brought about what we're seeing now, just 8 years ago. And of course, for those in the Donbass region, which has been hit particularly hard by Moscow's invasion, this will of course be difficult to watch. And we are hearing reports that members of staff from the Kremlin, other state officials were actually pressured to attend this rally. They were bussed in. CNN hasn't been able to independently verify these reports. But of course, this does fit into the narrative of the idea of Russia pushing this PR campaign as a sort of last-ditch effort, as we see that lowering of morale within the troops, and of course, showed really opposition to the war by protesters within Russia as well. Lenny?
Yeah, Nada, I mean, I have to say, it's pretty surreal seeing these images, the celebration of the annexation. And this has been part of, the sort of Russian propaganda machine in terms of justifying its invasion into Ukraine. And we know that they've been calling it a special military operation. They continue to do that on the public stage. And then you have it, that is President Vladimir Putin. He's speaking right now at this rally. Let's listen in. I don't think we have translation, but let's just listen into this.
They were guided by when they went to the referendum in Sebastopol, in Crimea, on the 17th of March 2014. They living on their own land, and they wanted to be reunited with their historical motherland, Russia. They had every right to do so, and they achieved their goal. Let us congratulate them on this great occasion. Congratulations. Over this time, Russia has done a lot to raise Crimea and Sebastopol. We had to do things that are not immediately obvious. They have a fundamental nature: gas supply, power supply, utilities, restoration of the road network, building new roads, new highways and bridges. We had to pull Crimea from the degrading position and condition that Crimea and Sebastopol were in when they were part of a different state. which funded these territories on a residual basis. But that's not the matter. The matter is that we know what to do next, how to do it, and at what expense, and we will implement all our plans.
Запросто что время.
But it isn't merely a matter of these decisions. Crimeans and the people of Sevastopol did right when they put a barrier in the way of nationalism and Nazism and extreme nationalism. Because what was going in those territories is still going on. People who live in Donbass also disagreed with the coup. And immediately, punitive operations were carried out against them, and more than one. They were sunk into a blockade and constantly shelled. They were subjected to airstrikes, and this is what we call genocide. And to rid these people of this suffering and this genocide was the main reason, the main motivation, and the main objective of the operation that we began in Donbass and Ukraine. This was the objective. And this is when I think of the Bible. There is no greater love than if somebody gave their soul for their friends. And we can see the heroic deeds of our guys in the course of this operation. These words from the Holy Scripture of Christianity. It's something that is very dear to those who profess this religion. But everything is down to the fact that this universal value for all the peoples and all the confessions of Russia, and for our own people above all for our own people. And the best confirmation of that is how our guys are fighting in the course of this military operation, shoulder to shoulder, helping and supporting each other. And if the need comes, they will shield each other in the battlefield from the bullets as brothers. We have not had such unity for a long time. It so happened that the beginning of the operation, merely by accident, coincided with the birthday of
Alright, you're seeing live pictures from Moscow. We just heard from President Vladimir Putin on the 8-year celebrations of the annexation of Crimea today, 18th of March. And I still have Nada Bashir with me. Nada, I want you to just repeat some of what President Putin said, that Crimea is reunited with the historical motherland, and let us congratulate them. And he says, we know what to do next, and we will implement all our plans. He's basically reiterated, and he's also justified what their next moves are, and he, again, spinning the line of Nazism, and that he's there to save Ukrainians.
Yeah, Lenny, you heard there. He's celebrating the annexation of Crimea, likening that now to this special military operation, as he's described it, in Ukraine. As he said, trying to rid the Donbass region of what he's described as Nazism, fascism, of genocide. Now, of course, this is completely false. This has been proven, it's been verified not only by CNN and other outlets, but also by NATO and other human rights organizations. We know now that President Putin, the Kremlin, and the Russian forces are targeting civilian infrastructure in Ukraine, threatening the territorial integrity of the country. But let me just go back to a few of the things he said. He was praising Russia's infrastructural support for the Crimean region, for the development there. He talks about, the heroic deeds of the Russian forces, and that, of course, is important, as we have heard reports from NATO, from the US, and other Western officials that morale is certainly waning amongst Russian troops. We have, in our own investigations in CNN, revealed that several Russian troops weren't even aware that they were heading into Ukraine and truly believe that they were taking part in military exercises. There have been some anecdotal reports of even troops abandoning their tanks and weapons that have broken, faced with huge logistical challenges, according to NATO and other Western officials. But clearly, Putin there driving home that message, trying to reunify the country. And he did say that Russia hasn't had this level of unity in such a long time. But that is difficult, really, to believe, given the fact that we have seen really outstanding protests in both Moscow, St. Petersburg, and other parts of Russia, a really severe crackdown on free press in Russia as well. And we've seen some pretty drastic action by other journalists in Moscow too. So clearly, this is all part of the Kremlin's pretty tight-run PR campaign, trying to push their narrative forward. He even invokes the Bible and talks about the Russian troops defending their men and defending those vulnerable within Ukraine. But clearly, as we have seen over the last few days, both in our reporting and in the warnings from NATO and other Western officials, that this so-called special military operation is a full-scale war targeting civilians, threatening the territorial integrity of Ukraine. And it does seem as though President Putin is really trying to bolster and rally the support of the Russian people.
Ratings agency Fitch says it's at risk of default as a series of debt payments come due. Russia, due to international sanctions against the country, Russia's central bank can't access its foreign reserves of $640 billion. The government says that it wants to make the payment in rubles, but that would not be accepted on a dollar-denominated bond. If Russia can't make the full and correct payment within 30 days, the country would be considered in default. Well, Anna Grossman is an associate professor at Loughborough University in the UK and researches the Russian economy. Thank you very much for joining us, Anna. How is Russia's economy coping under the strain of sanctions?
The Russian economy has been hit extremely hard by the sanctions. The most difficult part right now for the Russian businesses is due to the increased cost of financing, due to the devaluation of ruble. So the businesses are looking at different types of payments, such as cryptocurrencies or gold. And at the same time, the government is introducing new legislations, new measures, subsidies to facilitate the continuing operations of Russian businesses in Russia and abroad.
У них нет доказательств. Если это факт, даже если есть, они как бы называют это фактом. Не в их интересах это признавать, я думаю. Хотя, в принципе, Запад же свободный. Интересно, интересно. Наверное. Не знаю. То есть Запад хочет сказать, то есть люди, которые CNN, что нашими ракетами бомбят жилые дома, что ли? Потому что, да. А в Донбассе ничего не было. А Донбасс не бомбили украинцы, да? Ну это ладно так. Ну Донбасс это их территория, они как бы сами себя наказывают. Нет, не карали, а наказывают просто. Не знаю. Не знаю я просто так, да. Да, там были. Там уже были не украинцы, а враги были уже, да. Потому что меня не касается, я не знаю. Ну, наверное. Сами себя обстреливают, да? Русские. Нет, русские. Может так же. Да. Ну да, ну ладно.
Critico de Madrid. Ils sont toujours dans ce qu'ils font, et quand vous essayez d'imposer votre jeu, parfois c'est difficile. En difficulté en début de saison, puis au rendez-vous aux Jeux Olympiques de Tokyo, Cyril Eckhoff continue de surfer sur sa bonne forme. La Norvégienne s'est imposée cet après-midi sur le sprint d'Oslo. Partie avec le dossard 9, Eckhoff a signé le meilleur temps de ski et fait qu'une seule faute au tir lors de sa dernière balle. Elle devance l'Autrichienne Lisa Theresa Hauser et la leader de la Coupe du Monde, Marte Osbourg-Roesland. Hécatombe de forfait pour Milan-San Remo. Pas de Jasper Stuyven, dernier vainqueur du monument italien. Pas de Caleb Ewan non plus, 2 fois deuxième de cette course en 2018 et 2021. Julien Alaphilippe sera également absent. Tous sont malades. Malgré ses défections, la Primavera restera attrayante demain. Mathieu Van Der Poel a avancé son retour et sera au départ du premier monument de la saison.
Une place au focus qui se consacre aux accords d'Évian. Les accords d'Évian, c'était il y a 60 ans, des accords de paix signés le 18 mars 1962 à Évian qui ont mis fin à la guerre d'Algérie. Un cessez-le-feu est entré en vigueur le lendemain, le 19 mars. La guerre d'Algérie qui a duré 8 ans. Eh bien, on y revient tout de suite avec ce reportage. « 60 ans après les accords d'Évian, la France n'est toujours pas en paix avec la guerre d'Algérie.
Il n'y a pas ni de mémoire officielle, ni à plus forte raison d'histoire officielle de la guerre d'Algérie en France.
Une guerre douloureuse en France, alors que l'Algérie célèbre son indépendance à l'unanimité depuis 1962.
Il n'y a pas en Algérie, ou quasiment pas, de partisans de la colonisation, de gens qui trouvent que la présence française était une bonne chose, de gens qui n'ont pas souffert de la guerre d'indépendance.
Deux visions différentes de l'histoire et plusieurs points de crispation entre les deux pays. France 24 a interrogé 3 historiens qui ne sont pas forcément d'accord entre eux.
La guerre d'Algérie, c'est 5 minutes dans un film de plusieurs heures. Alors la conquête a été une sauvagerie absolument inouïe. C'est documenté par les militaires qui l'ont fait eux-mêmes, qui racontent sans aucun filtre dans leur mémoire, dans leur courrier, le fait qu'on massacrait, qu'on pillait, qu'on violait.
Il y a 50 ans de conquête violente de l'Algérie. Il y a la guerre proprement dite de conquête avec la reddition d'Abdelkader. Ensuite, il y a la soumission de la Kabylie. Et puis, il y a quantité d'insurrections. Et en fait, au fur et à mesure que l'armée française progresse et avance par la violence sur le territoire algérien, il y a des oppositions et des grandes insurrections.
Après la conquête, les colons européens s'installent en Algérie. Les Algériens deviennent des indigènes, citoyens de seconde zone.
La colonisation, c'est une entreprise de dépossession de la terre, au sens symbolique, notre terre, et c'est une entreprise de dépossession de la terre concrète, parce que les colons s'approprient les meilleures terres, et il y a des millions d'hectares qui sont spoliés.
Donc, cette République française, qui sur son territoire pratiquait l'égalité des droits, en même temps, dans ces territoires coloniaux en particulier,
Harry Potter's score is a masterpiece in orchestral writing, and one of the things that really sets John Williams apart is how skillfully he handles the woodwind section. Even if you don't read music, you can probably tell from a glance that this is on another level. I studied the orchestral score
experience. I believe that every citizen of Ukraine who is capable to hold weapon must take a weapon and go fight.
Olena is one of the reasons Ukrainian women now have the right to fight in the military. When she joined the war in eastern Ukraine in 2014, women were unable to hold combat positions, so she served in a volunteer battalion. Olena became part of the movement lobbying for gender equality and was one of 6 women fighters featured in the documentary Invisible Battalion. The laws changed in 2016, and Olena formally joined the Ukrainian army. The 42-year-old has seen a shift since 2014, when male soldiers were surprised to see her on the front lines.
They always ask me, are you a medic or a sniper? And now the army got used. There are a lot of positions for women, machine gunners and engineers. Even I know 2 or 3 women, they are commanders of tanks. The army changed and the society changed. I think Ukrainian army and Ukrainian society become more stronger with strong women.
As Olena sees it, fighting is a right for women, not an obligation. And from making protective gear like camouflage nets and bulletproof vests to building homemade weapons, Ukrainian women are mobilizing, no matter how old or how young.
We're making fuses for Molotov cocktails.
If conflict in the East brought volunteers like Olena into the army, the latest Russian invasion may well bring a new wave of recruits, from an MP to a former Miss Ukraine.
On March 18, 1962, France and Algeria signed a ceasefire agreement. While opening the way to a declaration of independence, this date in no way marked an end to the violence. The anti-independence OAS stepped up its bombings and assassinations, while the nationalist FLN responded with murders and kidnappings. Hundreds of thousands of French colonials, or pieds noirs, fled the country, whilst the French army left the pro-French Muslims, or Harkis, to their fate.
Tout cela, c'était un projet magnifique qui aurait pu entrer en vigueur dans les années 40, 50, peut-être 60, mais ça a été gâché par, en effet, des hésitations, des reculs, des crimes des deux côtés.
Our reporters went to meet those who witnessed and took part in this crucial period in the history of the two countries. Don't miss Evian 1962, the end of the Algerian War, on France 24 and France24.com.
Они придумали, если где-то появилась кора головного мозга, то это на Западе. Они придумали это.
Because a new page of
Нет,
history gets
наверное,
written
если
every
ну,
day.
ну, подождите,
Because breaking news can't wait. Information everywhere. In all situations. On every subject. Understanding the world. Imagining the world. France 24. A different take on the news.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Welcome back. You're watching Live from Paris. I'm Marco, and these are the headlines. Ukraine's Deputy Defense Minister says no Russian advances this Friday, though bombing has been continuing in Ukraine. Kiev and Lviv both targeted. Meanwhile, in Mariupol, there are some survivors of the airstrike on the theatre where families have been sheltering. Joe Biden and Xi Jinping have spoken by phone. The US president cautioning China's leader over getting involved in the Ukraine crisis by backing Russia with financial support or otherwise. Meanwhile, Putin celebrating in Moscow a concert marking the illegal land grab of Crimea in 2014. Putin's words of the heroism of his troops.
Ну, наоборот, я все-таки не понимаю. Я считаю, что это не доказано. То есть,
Coming up, a special France 24 debate this Friday on the 60th anniversary of the Evian Accords. We examine Algeria today. The accords that ended the War of Independence back in 1962 led to the start of another tense period between France and Algeria that exists to this very day. With recent remarks by President Emmanuel Macron on France facing up to the wrongs committed during that period, they're asking, is there a more harmonious time ahead where Algeria's huge potential can be realised? The debate special in around 10 minutes' time. First, though, the news, live from Paris. Thank you very much for being with us. Russia fired missiles at an airport near to Lviv this Friday. Lviv, of course, the western Ukrainian city where hundreds of thousands have found refuge from the Russian invasion. This move is seen as a desperate attempt by Moscow to regain the initiative. Western intelligence has revealed that the Russian invasion is now stalled on all fronts. Ukraine's forces, supported by Western military aid, have provided far more resistance than Moscow had predicted. Hitting Lviv is a major move by Russia that once more raises the tension with the West while potentially killing more innocent Ukrainians.
A strike on the city that has turned into a hub for refugees. Friday morning, an aircraft repair factory was hit. The site has been closed for several days, its destruction causing no casualties. Still, Ukraine's regional governor says it's clear who Russian troops are targeting.
Це удар по місту Львову. По гуманітарному хабу, в якому як мінімум зараз знаходиться 200 тисяч переселенців, які вже один раз йшли від військових дій. І удар ворога по місту Львову лише підтвердження того, що вони не воюють з українським містом, а воюють з населенням, з дітьми, жінками, переселенцями.
According to Governor Kazitsky, the missiles were launched from the Black Sea. He says the Ukrainian government shot some of them down, the remaining 4 hitting the aircraft repair plant. This is the second time the northwestern Lviv region has been bombed, with military sites previously targeted. Around 30 people were killed in the last attack. Those in Lviv are starting to no longer feel safe.
Але це були найсильніші вибухи, які я почув з початку війни.
Ну, да, собственно, ми з Києва вдали, і за цього приїхали, а тут почали побачити. Ну, тут кілька ранок тривоги, там ночі, знаєте, летіли.
Close to the Polish border, much of the West's military and humanitarian aid enters Ukraine through Lviv. The city sits on NATO's doorstep. If attacks here intensify, it could heighten international repercussions.
Ukraine's human rights ombudswoman said this Friday 130 people had been rescued so far from the bomb theatre in Mariupol. Well, Ludmila Denisova says there was still no information on more than 1,000 others that officials believe have been sheltering there when the bomb fell. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has accused the Russians of deliberately targeting the Mariupol theatre.
After a Russian strike left the theatre in ruins, The painstaking search for survivors buried beneath the rubble continues. Ukrainian authorities say 130 people have escaped, but Russia's continued assault has complicated rescue efforts.
Unfortunately, they didn't stop the shellings around the area for a longer period of time, so the rescue team could not even at the beginning approach the building. So currently the rescue teams are still doing their job, and unfortunately several hundred of people may be still there and trapped.
Hundreds of people had been using the basement of the theatre as a bomb shelter. These satellite images showed that white letters that spelled out children in Russian had been painted on the ground around the building to alert warplanes of those inside, but to no avail. Russia's ambassador to the UN has denied any involvement.
The theater in Mariupol was not bombed by Russia.
Fighting in the besieged city of Mariupol has claimed more than 2,000 lives so far. The mayor says 80 to 90% of the city has been destroyed by the shelling. For residents, the situation remains critical.
We have nothing to eat. It's horrible. We have no electricity, no heat, nothing.
30,000 residents have managed to flee Mariupol through humanitarian corridors, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. 350,000 people are still waiting to leave.
The French President Emmanuel Macron this Friday told his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin that he's extremely concerned about the situation in Mariupol, which of course has been hit, as has been reported, by constant shelling. Macron has been trying to maintain contact with Putin. Putin is accusing the Ukrainians, on the other hand, of war crimes. This puts France, this contact that Macron's been maintaining, in a possible role of chief negotiator should peace talks advance. Meanwhile, Russian negotiators have been saying that both Moscow and Kiev were halfway there on the issue of Ukraine's demilitarization, neutrality, and giving up on joining NATO. This coming from Russia's negotiator, Vladimir Medinsky. Nobody from the Ukraine side has confirmed his version. China's leader told his American counterpart that war in Ukraine is something he doesn't want to see. Xi Jinping spoke with Joe Biden earlier Friday. Biden's message for the Chinese premier was that he shouldn't get involved in supporting Moscow's illegal invasion of Ukraine. Well, China had already signed an energy agreement with Russia, a 30-year contract concluded in early February. That, of course, was before the invasion of Ukraine was launched. But since the bite of international sanctions, Putin has reportedly asked China for financial and military help. The UN Security Council is convening in New York this Friday after a meeting was requested by Russia. Moscow asking for this meeting to take place to discuss US laboratories in Ukraine. Now, this isn't the first time that Russia's alleged that the US is funding military biological activities in Ukrainian labs. Our correspondent in New York, Jessica Missouri, has more on this.
Well, there was a similar meeting to this one exactly a week ago. We heard yet again from the UN's head of disarmament that the United Nations has no information, that it is not aware at all of any biological weapons facilities in Ukraine. But Russia's ambassador, Vasily Nebenzia, said otherwise. He focused very carefully on his paper as he read out a whole list of Russian claims regarding the Pentagon funding these alleged weapons facilities, biological weapons facilities, laboratories in Ukraine. He spoke about trafficking in Ukrainian blood serum, developing programs to use mosquitoes to spread disease and birds as well. And then Western powers went on to just completely rubbish those claims made by Russia, saying that Russia is using the Security Council to spread propaganda and disinformation. The US Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield said that it was a tirade of bizarre conspiracy theories and that President Biden has a word for this kind of talk, malarkey. Other Western powers echoed concerns that what Russia is actually doing here is trying to prepare the ground, lay the ground for its own biological or chemical weapons attacks in Ukraine, that this is a sort of a false flag preparation. That's really the concern from Western powers and their allies in the Security Council, that Russia is trying to prepare for its own sort of attack. And those powers have said that indeed it is Russia that has a biological weapons program.
Jessica Missouri on that meeting called by Russia at the UN Security Council, which, as she said, everyone else in the room said was total nonsense, but Russia claiming the US helping Ukraine with biological chemical development. We'll obviously bring you everything on that story if anything more emerges. Meanwhile, Vladimir Putin is a propaganda rally in Moscow to mark the anniversary of the 2014 annexation of Crimea, a military invasion that saw the country stolen from Ukraine. Putin's words on stage at the Luzhniki Stadium, inevitably praising the invasion of Ukraine, where innocent civilians have been killed. Sinead Corson has this.
The letter Z, seen on tanks in Ukraine, created with the ribbon of St. George, colours of Russia's military symbol in a rally in Moscow. The celebrations marked 8 years since Russian troops annexed Crimea. Moscow's Luzhniki Stadium was packed for a special public appearance. The Russian President Vladimir Putin justified his war against Ukraine.
People who lived and live in Donbass did not agree with the coup. They were subject to a blockade. They were subjected to systematic shelling and airstrikes. This is what is called genocide. The purpose, the motive, and aim of the special military operation in Donbass and Ukraine is to save people from this.
Russian state TV showed people celebrating throughout the country, like here in the Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky region and in Vladivostok. Russia's annexation of Crimea in 2014 came 1 month after the beginning of the Ukrainian Revolution, culminating in the ousting of the country's then pro-Russian president Viktor Yanukovych after he refused to sign a free trade agreement with the European Union, opting for closer ties with Russia. Russia continues to broaden its offensive on Ukraine.
Vladimir Putin rally in Moscow earlier. We, of course, are watching all developments on the situation in Ukraine by the minute, and we'll bring those to you as they happen. Short break coming up. After that, the France 24 debate special. On the 60th anniversary of the Evian Accords, we're examining Algeria today. Have the problems from the War of Independence ever really been dealt with? Can Algeria's real potential be realised? We have 4 guests here with passionate views, detailed views, and things to say about this, which, of course, I think you'll find scintillating. Stay with us. That's coming up very shortly.
Special event. Every 5 years, France 24 brings you coverage of the French presidential election. The question this year is, will President Macron be re-elected for another term? Or will he be beaten by one of the candidates determined to defeat him? France 24 will cover the electoral campaign, meeting the French people, the candidates, and their supporters until the vote in April. Follow the French presidential election every day on France 24 and France24.com.
Welcome to the France 24 debate. 60 years ago today, the Accords were signed that ended the Algerian War of Independence. Tonight, we're going to discuss what this means today, where Algeria is going, and how the past is still casting a long shadow on Algeria's relations with its former colonial ruler France. Our guests for this special debate on Algeria are, in no order of preference, they're all equally good. Todd Shepard, Professor of History at Johns Hopkins University. Todd, thank you very much for being with us. On the other side of our plateau, Mariam Belkaïd, Assistant Professor at Bowdoin University. Thanks for being with us, Mariam. André Debussy is a former French diplomat. Great to see you, sir. And last, but definitely not least, someone I'm proud to describe as a colleague, Dorothy Kelly, journalist, researcher, and specialist on Algerian affairs. Great to see you here in the studio. At last, before we let these people loose on Algeria, let's take a look at the historical context to really frame this debate.
Talks to end the 8-year war in Algeria came after months of secret negotiations. Terrorist attacks in Algiers in Paris early 1962 convinced the last hesitant officials to get on board. On March 7, 1962, representatives from the French government and the National Liberation Front came together in Evian with mainly 2 sticking points: the future of French nationals wishing to remain in Algeria, which was not resolved in the agreement, and who would control the Algerian Sahara. France managed to remain in charge for several years in that region, strategic for the oil industry and the development of nuclear weapons. The Evian agreements were signed on the 18th of March. A ceasefire took effect the next day.
Measures have been adopted so that the people can control their own destiny.
But the fighting continued for several months, with attacks carried out by the OAS, made of mainly former French soldiers opposed to Algeria's independence, and by the Algerian National Liberation Front. No matter the situation on the ground, Algeria's journey to independence was in motion. The French and Algerians backed the principle in referendums. But on the day that independence was due to become official, European and pro-French Algerians were massacred in Oran. Terrified of facing new massacres, the Europeans fled Algeria. They were joined by some 10,000 Harkis, Algerians who fought alongside the French. The Harkis who remained in their home country were targeted repeatedly. Those repatriated, whether French or of Algerian descent, remain scarred by the killings until today.
So the SIPON's report, they're giving us a framework as to what's happened. Let's bring the guests for some initial comments about where Algeria is now. And Miriam, can I start with you to get a sense of what you feel has been, I think it's fair to say, over the past 60 years, a very painful at times journey for Algeria?
Well, after the independence, I think there were many challenges, and actually the period right after the Accords was very challenging, and the transition also tells us a lot about what Algeria had to face. And after the Accords, one of the chairmen of the provisional government of Algeria, Abderrahman Fares, actually said that the Accords were political pragmatism, a model of political pragmatism, because when he started to deal with what was happening in Algeria from April to July, when the independence was official, the challenges were humongous and huge, like really very difficult to deal with. And I think this transition that actually was supposed to be the beginning of a new era for a democratic country was actually hindered by the choices made after the independence to actually not have a democratic system and to, in a way, put some obstacles for the building of a nation with, after, according to democratic principles.
So that is obviously a big issue, but the actual war brought up so many other problems, didn't it, in terms of how the things that committed, the atrocities that committed, the problems that it raised, the lack of a truth and reconciliation process afterwards, which kind of really has dogged the 6 decades since those accords were signed, isn't it?
Actually, well, I would say that actually Algeria has made the Algerian state, Algerian historians, the civil society, intellectuals, during these 60 years, tried to build a narrative. And you have different discourse. You have the official one that is, in a way, was built by the FLN and the system, and had a very, let's say, biased, maybe version, or maybe a mythologized version of what happened during the war. And then you had also actors that were silenced during the war and had to try to find a way to express their views and what happened to them. You had also historians trying to give a nuanced version of the facts. Historians like Mohammed Harbi, right from the beginning, tried to build this narrative in a logical and nuanced way. And you have also the cinema, literature who contributed in this building. But you're right, a lot of obstacles kept the Algerian society to build, let's say, a narrative that would help in having a peaceful understanding of what happened in the past, and also including a lot of actors. I think there was this idea that the FLN started the war in 1954, and then this actor, in a way, hijacked, I would say, the narrative, but rightfully so. We have to admit that it's the political force and organization that led Algeria to the independence, but there was other sides that were left apart.
Can I bring in you as a diplomat, so Mr. Debussy, Andre Debussy, former French diplomat? France's handling of the whole affair. From the outside, to me, it seems that it didn't help in any way. Is that fair to say that France's attitude, France's stance, actually sort of piled on more problems?
Yeah, I would speak rather as a French-born in Algeria rather than the diplomat, because it's where I was raised and I grew. It looks like from the past 20 years, successive governments on the French side have tried
ihr zu seinen Jüngern. Ihr wisset, dass nach 2 Tagen Ostern wird und des Menschen Sohn wird überantwortet werden. Was wirket singet Wilde. Da versammelten sich die hohen Priester und Schriftgelehrten und die Ältesten im Volk in dem Palast des hohen Priesters, der da hieß Kaiphas, und hielten Rat, wie sie Jesu mit Listen griffen und töteten. Sie sprachen aber: Ja, ich glaub, das Erste kommt das Beste. Nun Jesus war zu Bethanien im Hause Simonis des Aussätzigen. Trat zu ihm ein Weib, die hatte ein Glas mit köstlichem Wasser und goss es auf sein Haupt, weil zu Tische saß. Gott, dass seine Jünger sahen, worin sie ihn willig sprachen. Als Jesus merkte, sprach zu ihnen: Was bekümmert ihr das Fein? Mir hat ein Gutwerk an mir getan. Ihr habet alle Zeit Armen bei euch. Mich aber habt ihr nicht alle Zeit. zu den hohen Priestern und sprach: Was wollt ihr Brüder? Ich will ihn euch verraten. Und sie boten 30 Silberlinge. Und von Theman suchte Gelegenheit, dass ihn verriete. sei dir die Ostern verhalte, mit meinem Jünger. Und die Jünger täten, wie ihnen Jesus befohlen hatte, und bereiteten das Osterlamm. Und am Abend setzte sich zu Tische mit den Zwölfen. Und da sie aßen, sprach wahrlich, ich sage euch, einer unter euch wird mich verraten.
Hey everyone, hope you're having an amazing day. It's Mark Wiens. I'm in Mund.
Людей. Что делать дальше, мы знаем точно, заявил Владимир Путин. А значит, Донбасс и другие регионы точно будут свободны. Намеченные планы обязательно будут реализованы. Дмитрий Горный, Иван Мурашов, Александр Дворников и Татьяна Никитина. Вести.
Ну, конечно же, состоялись самые разнообразные праздничные мероприятия в других городах России, от Северного Кавказа до Сибири и Дальнего Востока. Где-то в честь 8-летия Крымской весны провели опять-таки концерты и митинги, где-то масштабные автопробеги. Без преувеличения, всенародном единстве. Материал Дениса Алексеева.
Как и 8 лет назад, сегодня жители Крыма поддерживают во всех регионах страны. Годовщину воссоединения полуострова с Россией, как и водится, начали праздновать на Дальнем Востоке. В Петропавловске-Камчатском на центральные улицы вышли жители с плакатами «За мир», «За Россию», «За президента». Главная площадь города окрасилась в цвета российского триколора. С флагами и флажками на главной площади города поддерживали и российских военнослужащих, участвующих в специальной военной операции на Украине в эти дни. Во Владивостоке празднование началось с массового автопробега. По улицам города колонны проехали под гул клаксонов, из окон развивались флаги. А позже сотни людей праздничным шествием поприветствовали жителей Крыма и российских военнослужащих.
Мы должны сплотиться, встать вместе, сомкнуть наши ряды и оказать поддержку.
Вот так ярко и громко сегодня было в Магадане. Десятки флагов на площади в Якутске потрясают масштабы поддержки. В Хабаровске концерт прошел не под открытым небом, но не менее красочно и громко. Таким был концерт в Иркутске, а это акция поддержки от жителей Кузбасса. Свой привет и поздравления крымчанам сегодня адресовали жители Южного Урала. В Челябинске прошел концерт «Крымская весна». Помимо него по всей области весь день праздничные мероприятия. А в столице Урала, Екатеринбурге, теперь красуется вот такая буква «Z», красная, на льду посреди реки. Активисты сложили ее из огромных полотнищ георгиевской ленты. Это уже адресовано российским военным. В Барнауле сегодня пели тоже. На праздничный концерт «За Россию» пришли зрители разных возрастов, но с единым мнением.
Это посвящено акции «Своих не бросаем», тем событиям, которые сейчас происходят на Донбассе, и также выражаем свою поддержку тем людям, которые в этом действительно нуждаются.
Если бы этого не было, надо понимать, кто бы сейчас бы на эту территорию был, особенно вот эти события, которые сегодня, когда все проявляется, вся сущность, все планы Запада. Это было правильное решение.
А это Тверь. Праздничная акция объединила 5000 человек. Свои слова поддержки со сцены сказал губернатор. 13 улиц и площадей названо в честь жителей Тверской земли, в том числе участников Крымской войны середины XIX века. А в Ингушетии крымчан от лица всех жителей республики поздравил ее глава Махмуд Али Калиматов.
Это было событие, которое избавило жителей Крыма, Севастополя от того, что сегодня и до этого в других регионах Донбасса и Луганска сотворили нацисты.
Члены Общероссийского народного фронта в Крыму и Севастополе даже цикл роликов подготовили в поддержку земляков. В каждом самые искренние слова поддержки и благодарности.
Ощущение внутреннего спокойствия. Я не знаю кому как, а мне лично, когда мы отмечали первый день Победы, будучи уже субъектом Российской Федерации, огромное удовольствие доставляло слышать звуки пролетающих военных самолетов у меня над головой. Они не вызывали ни беспокойствия, ни страха, а наоборот, порождали твердую уверенность в том, что Крым есть кому защитить.
В 10 городах нашей страны на крупнейших медиафасадах можно будет прочитать слова наших соотечественников из Крыма, которые не просто поддерживают нашего президента и наших ребят, которые сейчас в зоне боевых действий проводят спецоперацию, но и говорят о том, что было бы с Крымом и со всеми ними, если бы в 2014 году не было принято историческое решение.
А в российских школах прошли тематические уроки, посвященные этому историческому событию. О роли России в истории Крыма, о жизни до и после воссоединения. Ученикам одной из московских школ рассказал министр просвещения Сергей Кравцов в рамках открытого урока.
Ребята говорили о том, что очень много идет дезинформации из социальных сетей, из интернета. Такая информационная война в нашей стране. И наша сила заключается в правде. Мы говорим так, как было на самом деле. Дальше ребята принимают решения для себя и делают сами выводы. Но наша задача, задача нашего урока сегодня было рассказать о правде.
Волна поддержки сегодня прокатилась по всей России. Тысячи людей в очередной раз громко заявили: своих не бросаем. Денис Алексеев, Сергей Бредихин, Вести.
Когда жара испытывает тебя на прочность, на помощь приходит Пеноплекс. Теплоизоляционные материалы Пеноплекс обеспечивают комфортную температуру в доме в любое время года. Пеноплекс. Тепло прочного дома.
Дом-клик. Более 2 миллионов объявлений с возможностью сравнить квартиры по разным параметрам и выбрать из них самую подходящую.
От поиска до переезда один только клик. Что вы здесь видите? Деньги. Все верно. Деньги в каждом втором билете. В русском лото уже миллионы победителей. Разыгрываем огромный джекпот. 800 миллионов. Присоединяйтесь к тем, кто уже выиграл. Скорее за билетами.
Команда ВТБ.
Побольше? Поменьше?
А хотите всегда побольше? Переведите пенсию в ВТБ и получайте от нее больше.
Но как?
Легко. Оформите мультикарту ВТБ для пенсионеров, перейдите в нее пенсию в офисе банка или онлайн, и банк начислит вам 2000 рублей. Впечатляющая ставка по накопительному счету. И вообще много вкусного к вашей пенсии. В ВТБ все получится легко.
Нам постоянно продают дорогие новинки.
Новая удобная ручка,
в которых нет ничего нового.
Новейшая сигнализация. Это мы уже слышали.
Сбер меняет правила. Встречайте ОСАГО по-новому. Надежно, экономия до 50%. Оформление онлайн и в офисах Сбера.
Возвращаемся к последним заявлениям российского Минобороны по поводу ситуации с гуманитарными коридорами. Сегодня Россия предложила 8 маршрутов для эвакуации мирных жителей и иностранных граждан на Киевском, Черниговском, Сумском и Харьковском направлениях. Однако Киев отказался согласовать большинство из них.
Из предложенных нами маршрутов украинские власти согласовали только 3. При этом ни один гуманитарный коридор в Российскую Федерацию уже по озвученным ранее причинам, в основе которых полное безразличие к своему народу, официальным Киевом не подтвержден. Одновременно на текущие сутки украинская сторона заявила 7 дополнительных гуманитарных коридоров на Киевском, Сумском, Запорожском, Полтавском и Харьковском направлениях. Руководствуясь чисто гуманными принципами, несмотря на цинизм киевских властей по отношению к своим гражданам, категорически не допускающих любых попыток эвакуироваться в Российскую Федерацию, и исключительно для сохранения жизни мирного населения всеми возможными способами, мы согласились на все предложения украинской стороны без каких-либо условий. В настоящее время вооруженные силы России неукоснительно соблюдают режим тишины на всех, в том числе заявленных украинской стороной маршрутах.
За прошедшие сутки без участия Киева на территории России были эвакуированы почти 15 тысяч человек, из них почти 3 тысячи детей. И отдельно стоит упомянуть ситуацию в Мариуполе. Сегодня из города смогли выехать более 13,5 тысяч мирных жителей. При этом, как сообщили Минобороны, украинские боевики, взявшие население в заложники, ведут переговоры с Киевом с просьбой о военной поддержке. Однако украинские власти отказывают, лишь обещают нацбатальонам посмертный статус, цитата, мучеников Мариуполя, а также предлагают использовать в качестве живого щита местное население.
Понимая содержание и последствия этих переговоров, мы официально обратились к киевским властям и 2 дня назад довели, что готовы открыть гуманитарные коридоры и выпустить всех ваших бандитов в любом направлении, чтобы спасти город и людей от этих так называемых мучеников, которые уже прославили себя взрывами детского сада, 2 школ, роддома и здания драматического театра. При этом гарантируем жизнь националистам, сложившим оружие, обеспечим гуманитарный коридор по их выходу на подконтрольные Киеву территории. В ответ получили категорический отказ, при этом от высоких должностных лиц официального Киева.
За последние 2 часа украинские военные атаковали из градов Горловку, Еленовку и Зайцево. Всего же за сутки по территории ДНР было выпущено более 150 снарядов и мин. Один из таких обстрелов закончился трагедией. В Донецком микрорайоне Текстильщика от минометного обстрела ВСУ погибли 4 женщины. Кроме того, повреждено здание местной больницы. И все же, несмотря на сложную обстановку, мирные жители Мариуполя продолжают пребывать именно на территории Донецкой республики, о чем рассказывают репортаж нашего специального корреспондента Станислава Пернвальда.
Нескончаемая людская вереница. Кто-то идет пешком, кто-то едет на разбитых машинах. Белый флаг и подпись «Дети» практически на каждом автомобиле.
Попал снаряд, и дом валился. Еле ушли, все там осталось. Жут есть только есть.
Въезд в Мариуполь. Вот мы видим гражданская машина. Там 3 погибших мирных жителей явно пытались вырваться и погибли. Обстрелянная машина полностью. Вот сейчас люди пытаются по этому коридору выйти уже в безопасное место. Много людей, тут просто тысячи их. Они просидели в подвалах почти 3 недели, без света, воды, еды. Оттуда людей не выпускали украинские нацбатальоны, говорят местные. О том, что существуют зеленые гуманитарные коридоры, люди просто не знали.
Говорили, но и потом верно стреляли. Он по Мангу шел, 2 колонны автобуса, детей, родственников застрелили.
Это точно были украинские военные?
Да.
Ситуация действительно гуманитарная здесь крайне сложная. Нет ни хлеба, ни воды, самое главное воды. Даже больницы нет, врачи не могут даже руки помыть. Вот то, что привезли сейчас с Донецка. Вторая
областная больница Мариуполя. Именно сюда военная народная милиция приводит гражданское население из самых обстреливаемых районов. Здесь же немногочисленные медики, по сути, в полевых условиях оказывают помощь раненым. Но есть здесь место и для большого чуда. Александр приехал из Донецка, как только появилась возможность въехать в город. Его брат Сергей, по скудной информации, был ранен осколками в Мариуполе 4 марта, когда вышел из подвала за водой. Брат объехал несколько больниц и все же нашел его.
4-го я пошел воду набирать на родник. Минометом накрыло, меня ранило. Потом обстреляли, то есть роддом, там, где меня оперировали. И меня перевезли вот в эту больницу.
Здесь сейчас находится жена и дети. Сергей не знает, осколок повредил кишечник. Ему срочно нужна повторная операция.
Ложитесь. Не надо, мы пойдем.
Вместе с нашей съемочной группой и братом Сергей сегодня оказался в Донецке. Последний раз он здесь был 4 года назад. Донецкие медики обещают, будет жить. Сам он мечтает побыстрее отыскать жену и дочку. Исаак Бернуальд, Андрей Потапов, Андрей Руденко, Олег Бондаренко, Мариуполь.
Ну, далее кадры из Мелитополя, которые накануне ночью украинские националисты атаковали из тактического ракетного комплекса .ру. Российским средствам ПВО удалось отразить удары по мирным жителям. Обломки ракет упали в частном секторе на окраине города. Как видим, характер повреждений говорит о том, что они были заряжены кассетными боевыми частями. Жизни людей спасены, однако разрушены несколько домов, а также ЛЭП и газопровод. Кроме того, как заявили в Минобороны, российским вооруженным силам удалось засечь координаты пуска украинских баллистических ракет. Это юго-восток города Запорожье. Территория полностью контролируется ВСУ. Но, правда, еще раз использовать эту позицию для ракетной атаки по Мелитополю у украинских сил не получилось. Установки уничтожены 2 точными запусками «Искандеров». Российский Следственный комитет фиксирует все преступления иностранных наемников, которые отправляются на Украину. Следователи устанавливают их личности и гражданство, поскольку в перспективе они станут фигурантами уголовных дел. Что интересно, материалы для производства наемники зачастую предоставляют сами. Они охотно дают прессе интервью о своих похождениях на Украине. Причем похождениях, как правило, не самых удачных. Многие давно пожалели, что вообще решили связаться с Незалежной и спешно убегают за ее пределы. Почему их неотвратимо настигает разочарование, объяснит Евгений Никот.
Истории иностранных наемников на Украине похожи одна на другую. Начинают за здравие, а вот заканчивают, как правило, бегством. Это если повезет. Настоящие солдаты – неудачи, которые после первого боя или обстрела пытаются бежать из страны. Но не у всех это получается. Причем к месту столкновения этих архаровцев подвозят на обычных легковушках. Вот несколько в кавычках бравых гастролеров попадают под обстрел. В суматохе бросают один из автоматов и бегут к ближайшей мазанке в сарай. Стала ли пристройка для них спасительной — большой вопрос. Но вот для некоторых залетных и опорные пункты ВСУ уже небезопасны. На одном из таких, уничтоженных силами ДНР, был обнаружен флаг американского Теннесси. Сообщается, что в ходе этой операции были ликвидированы 3 инструкторов из США, 2 лейтенанта и капитан. О крупных потерях среди западных военнослужащих сообщают и бывшие участники так называемого иностранного легиона.
Убиты десятки американцев и британцев. Нам ничего не говорили, а наших погибших считали как своих. Нас, черт возьми, хотели отправить в Киев без оружия, снаряжения, боеприпасов. Когда нас решили отправить в Киев, мы отказались. Вся наша группа отказалась. Американцы, британцы, канадцы. Тогда нас откровенно послали ко всем чертям и пригрозили стрелять в спину.
Эти слова подтверждает и другой источник. Англоязычный Military Watch приводит слова американца, сумевшего бежать из Украины. Он рассказывает, что служащих ВСУ отправляют на верную гибель с горсткой боеприпасов. Легион также ощущает острую нехватку вооружений. Так еще и в командовании, цитата, «кучка чокнутых украинцев, которые даже патронами не могут снабдить своих гостей».
Да, многих отправляют безоружными на базы, которые находятся в непосредственной близости к передовой. А еще их просят патрулировать базы в Киеве. Безоружных — это чистая правда. А кто говорит обратное, лжет. Мы говорили с людьми, которым в течение 3 дней не выдавали никакого оружия. А ведь это те, с кем должны были отправиться и мы. Но мы отказались лезть под пули без оружия и экипировки. У нас у обоих есть все необходимое, а у других нет. У многих ребят из Великобритании экипировки нет, и ее им не выдают. А если бы даже и выдавали, то это было бы максимум магазин с 10 патронами.
Те, кто отказывается биться за чужую незалежность, чуть ли не голыми руками и даже без элементарной экипировки, если им удается выжить, сталкиваются с другой проблемой уже на границе. Нельзя просто так взять и уехать из Украины. На границе у членов иностранного легиона начинаются настоящие приключения. Чтобы спастись, приходится обманывать пограничников.
Пройти удалось только со 2-й попытки. Мы подошли к границе в составе гуманитарной группы вместе с ветеранами из Англии. Они отвели нас в сторону и велели бросить все снаряжение. Людей там просто вытаскивали из очереди, резали их паспорта и отправляли обратно. Мы сняли с себя всю экипировку, надели жилеты Красного Креста и получили специальные гуманитарные пропуска. Люди не должны больше приезжать сюда. Это ловушка. Уйти не позволят никому. Выбраться можно только в качестве потерпевших или на машине.
Этот молодой человек сначала примкнул к грузинскому региону, еще одному иностранному формированию, в рядах которого воюет, например, Кукури Барамидзе. Его называют блогером-сатанистом, который неоднократно оскорблял православных лидеров в Тбилиси. Среди национальных формирований и белорусские радикалы готовят резервы для ВСУ под крылом, цитата, «Азовского движения». Речь о том самом нацистском батальоне «Азов», признанном террористической организацией.
Многие координаторы оппозиционных белорусских движений как раз перебрались на Украину, и сейчас часть из них вступила в собственные белорусские формирования. Среди них есть откровенные радикалы, прежде всего сторонники ультраправых идей.
Контингент приезжих, мягко говоря, сомнительный, о чем рассказывают СМИ участники иностранного легиона. Среди тех, кто имеет боевой опыт, попадаются и откровенные авантюристы, приезжающие за деньгами.
Украинские олигархи уделяли деньги, там Ахметов, конкуренту делают большие деньги на покупку наемников. Естественно, уделяют различные натовские структуры и аффилированные с НАТО структуры, опять же, на оплату наемников. То есть, по крайней мере, в США ЧВК уже практически с февраля начали размещать объявления о отправке на Украину зарплаты от 500 до 2000 долларов в сутки.
Не исключено, что большая часть денег не доходит до наемников, а оседает в карманах предприимчивых украинцев, которые для привлечения свежих сил из-за рубежа штампуют ролики про бравых защитников демократии на Украине. В героях этого якобы простой финский парень, говорящий на чистейшем английском. Вот, собственно, где амуниция и оружие, которых так не хватало британцам и американцам на съемках в качестве реквизита.
Большинство из тех варягов, которые приехали, скажем так, поиграть в войну против русских на Украину, они в большей степени люди одурманенной пропагандой. Что русские — это отсталый народ, у них там нет никакой армии, напали как бы на несчастную страну, а Украина — это там 3-я там армия в Европе, и вообще она вот вся великая, могучая, технологичная.
Мифы об Украине рушатся, а вслед за ними сыпятся и образы якобы благородных воителей, приехавших туда. После деанонимизации бразильских солдат неудачи на родине их принялись поливать грязью свои же сограждане. Самый безобидный из комментариев: «Схватите их, мы не хотим, чтобы они вернулись назад». Дошло до того, что группа, которая вербовала рекрутов для отправки в Киев и плодила фейки, вдумайтесь, про русских солдат-педофилов, теперь занимается лишь гуманитарными вопросами. И теперь вопросов все больше к ее администраторам. Хоть поток наемников и сократился, но они все еще остаются на Украине. Правда, теперь рассредоточились. Хоть над ними до сих пор висит дамоклов меч русского высокоточного оружия.
Сейчас к ЧП в Одессе на одном из городских пляжей среди бела дня сработала противотанковая мина. Что важно, установили ее там вроде как для борьбы с потенциальной высадкой морского десанта. Вот только ничего подобного в этом районе не наблюдается. Так что детонация мины без каких-либо причин закономерно вызывает вопросы. Ответы искал Вадим Заводченко. Вадим, приветствую. Ну и сколько же еще таких украинских мин могут просто так взорваться на побережье?
Алексей, добрый вечер. В том-то и весь ужас, что этого никто не знает. Итак, кадры с камер видеонаблюдения. Пляж Одессы. Погода неспокойная. На море волны, но ничего необычного. Пока не происходит взрыв. Сдетонировала одна из мин, которыми пару недель назад местные пляжи усеяла ВСУ. К ужасу местных жителей.
Видели на море бомбы поставили, которым люди стоят вот перепрыгнуть свет.
Судя по кадрам, пляж минировали с помощью так называемого гусеничного минного заградителя. Специальной инженерной машины, которая всего за 12 минут способна уложить в грунт цепочку мин длиной в километр. Что же до самих боеприпасов, то специалисты предполагают, что это ТМ-62, советская крайне мощная противотанковая мина. Обычно прикладывают на глубину не более 40 сантиметров на расстоянии от 4 до 5 метров. Чувствительность мины 200-500 килограммов. И предназначена она для уничтожения гусеничной техники. Боеприпас способен остановить даже современные танки, а умение защищенной машины может убить экипаж. На проходящего человека ТМ-62 реагировать не должна, в теории. На практике же все сложнее. Дело в том, что мины в Одессе начали взрываться сами по себе, это плохой знак. Скорее всего, советские боеприпасы много лет пылились на складах ВСУ, а длительное хранение может повышать их чувствительность. Кроме того, мины могли быть просто установлены с ошибками.
Судя по тому, что они ставят мины, которые начали сами взрываться, говорит о том, что уровень подготовки специалистов, которые шляют эти действия, он невысок. Потому что ставить мины в тех районах, которые подвержены воздействию волн, и ставить в условиях, когда начинает самоликвидироваться, это несерьезно.
Самое страшное в этой истории даже не то, что заминирован конкретно один популярный пляж. Действия ВСУ в Одессе просто попали в объективы камер. А сколько таких операций не попало? Сколько еще километров береговой линии стали смертельно опасными благодаря, в кавычках, защитникам незалежных. И речь не только о побережье. Известно, что отступающие националисты в надежде хоть как-то замедлить продвижение войск ЛНР и ДНР минируют буквально все. Жилые дома, мосты, объекты инфраструктуры. Саперы работают не покладая рук. Но не факт, что находят каждое взрывное устройство. Фактически Киев превращает собственную страну в огромное минное поле. Такая судьба в свое время постигла целый регионы бывшей Югославии. И там до сих пор, спустя четверть века, продолжаются работы по обезвреживанию мин и не разорвавшихся снарядов. И до сих пор от их детонации гибнут мирные жители.
Так себя ведут люди, которые отлично отдают себе отчет, что они больше никогда сюда не вернутся. Для которых местные жители не являются сколь-нибудь вообще ценностью. То есть в этом случае цель такого минирования только одна, как можно больше оставить разрушений. И точно так же действовали, кстати, все последние годы игиловцы, которые в Сирии точно так же брали города в заложников населения, потом отступали, минировали вообще все подряд.
Отношение украинских военных к согражданам
Что вы, Европа? Да ничего вы не сделали,
известно.
Европа.
И надеяться на то, что все случаи минирования были задокументированы и все минные поля нанесены на карты, наивно. Эксперты полагают, что работа по обезвреживанию может затянуться на годы. Алексей?
Да, спасибо, Вадим Заводченко. О халатности украинских неонацистов.
Потому что воевать себе дороже. Буквально вот обычным людям.
То есть воевать всегда дорого, это во-вторых, а во-вторых,
Команда ВТБ.
воевать это значит умирать, и убивать, кстати, если что. Ладно, ну а как? То есть, если это еще раз на подтверждение, что Украина не может быть Европой никогда, просто нет, что ли? А, наоборот. Нет, как так можно воевать до последнего? Ты представляешь себе, чтобы Англия до последнего англичанина воевала? Или хотя бы одна страна Европы до последнего, даже Германия до последнего немца воевать не собиралась. Только Гитлер там это, ну, я так не считаю. Да. Там такого не звучало, понимаешь? Этого никто, ну, ладно, это надоели уже. Да, то есть, до последнего француза воевала Франция, что ли, да? Ну, это только у шизиков. То есть нормально, то есть это как бы хуже Зимбабве. То есть Украина, ну не так, что ли? Отнюдь не Европа вообще. Северная Корея, ну, нет, Северная Корея. Не надо, даже чехи не будут до последнего чеха воевать, если это вообще сумасшедшее, то есть как бы никто не будет свое население класть, вот, ну, то есть так себя не ведут нормальные люди, как бы даже отчаянные, это тоже не отчаянные, дичь сумасшедшая, просто дичь. Это же какой-то... Ты представляешь себе, чтобы Америка до последнего американца воевала? Или Англия до последнего... Ну, так это как бы... Ну, это условно хорошо по-другому. Как Украина, чтобы кто-то воевал, ты себе представляешь? То есть, я тебе просто говорю, что Украина это дикая, это сумасшедшая страна. Это то же самое, что Россия, только без недр, как бы. Да, то есть еще даже, то есть, еще даже интереснее, туда съезжали все головорезы. Вот у нас вот страна стояла, да, кому не нравилось жить в обычных государстве с правилами, ну, с законами, с какими-то, с крепостничеством, в том числе, ну, когда-то это было нормально, феодальный строй, когда это был просто законом, понимаешь? То есть так же, как сейчас, ты же не будешь сейчас уеживаться, что, не знаю, давайте их раскулачим, это нормально, или что-нибудь, типа того. Даже сложно представить, да? Даже не знаю, что сказать. А тогда это тоже было нормально. То есть это были феодалии и крестьяне. То есть это был, потому что экономика так была устроена сегодняшним языком. Это еще до того, как слово это придумали. Они, кстати, давно придумали. Да. Ну, в смысле, это еще до того, как это стало популярным. Да. Какая еще царская Россия? Царская, это der Царь, это пародия на западное царство, это с шапкой Мономаха, которая и византийской короной, Кирилл Вейсон, меня не касается, я тебе просто еще раз объясняю. Да, то есть, что, ну, просто вот тебе подтверждение, что как бы Украине не надо доверять, за нее не надо ступаться, ты пожалеете 1000 раз, бля. Да, то есть это как бы хуже, да, то есть это отнюдь не Европа, вообще просто она и не собирает, и, наверное, не собиралась даже выйти из Европы. Это не касается. За Сербию вот вступайтесь лучше. Сербия это, ну там, Хорватию, да. Мне кажется, они адекватнее, чем украинцы. Более похожи на Европу, я бы сказал. Ну нет, это сейчас вот такая вот фигня, просто это потому что сейчас как бы попсово. Это попсово, что вот типа вот Путин все ненавидят его там, Путин там все. И тут он такой раз, и все такие, о, попса, ой, такой президент, ой, такой шпрах. И все такие, о, да на тебе хоть бабушки там, да. А где эти деньги-то тогда? Все эти армии ногтями воюют. Ну ладно, не ногтями. Меня не волнует. Ну нет, наверное, я... Ну да. Наверное, я не посмотрел. Сами, ну, нет, не виноваты, естественно. Да, нет, не Майдан, ну ладно, ничего, независимость. Какая независимость. Ну, это он о себе так говорит. Нет, это вот, ну, он понял тебя, ну, наоборот, это печень, да, ну, наоборот, ну, наоборот, вот, повязано, я понимаю. Вот поэтому такая ситуация есть. Вот я просто, ну, все понимают, нет, да. Но все равно кто-то какие-то шаги, да, то есть, да, ну, это просто, да, в интересах нормальная страна просто бы сдалась бы и все, понимаешь, просто пощадила бы население и базы и все просто сдалась бы и все. Да. Там, ну как бы, а чё, в чем проблема-то? Ну, получается так, чтобы прошагали до Киева, да, и ну, как можно избежать Европу вашу любимую, как Горбачевы. Все, Зеленского любит уже, все. Так уж. И всех это, да. Все нормально. Я особняк тебе построю у моря там где-нибудь в Сарабии. Ну как бы нет. Ну а что, нормально? Что ты так будешь преподавать и все. А что не так, что ли? И в кино сыграешь не раз, я думаю, и так далее. И шоу свои сделаешь на CDC, там, Бигими, Бэби Хиллз, я не знаю, я просто так. И украинцы, ну, нет, если ты так скажешь, я там уже как бы, ну, например, представляешь, да, то есть, да, почему, ну, я так не считаю. То есть, кто будет воевать, тот будет воевать, как бы, да, тогда, ну, понятно. Ну, да, а ты так серьезно думаешь? Нет, я думаю, что все равно он понял тебя просто, что... Ну, это как бы обвинение, я так не считаю, что там в такой степени. Ну, я не знаю, но как бы все равно народ такой, да ну, блин, да. Ну или сами тогда возьмут виллу и будут чопать. Я не знаю, что они будут делать тогда. Что вот будут, да, то есть, да, ну это, типа, наоборот, они все воевать будут повстанческой войной с Россией, с русской армией, там, серьезно? Вы серьезно так думаете, что это? Ну, это просто голословно. Я понимаю, что это политотнитка, и что это как будто, может быть, ну, кто-то, наверное, и пойдет, может, да. Ну, не все, наверное, да. Ну, ты серьезно, что ли? Да, ну, понял тебя просто. Ну, даже если так, тем более тогда. Тогда, так значит, так оно и есть, вот она, типа, победа, пожалуйста, Украина. И тебя обратно вот на руках принесут Зеленского, и всех вместе сразу же принесут обратно. То есть тогда русские танки будут вынуждены ехать по украинцам заживо, да, типа того. И тут уже никак это не скроешь, короче, понимаешь? Ну, типа того, так получается. Ну, или нацазовы там какие-то, да, понимаешь? Да. Ну, нет, это я не знаю. Ну, протяжный крылок. Ну, это да. Нацисты взяли в плен, короче. Что, может, исключено, думаешь? Ну, я не знаю. Ну, не суть, как бы это не суть, но как бы я думаю, давай с позиции просто того, что будет меньше войны и больше людей нормальных. Азов, они как бы свой выбор сделали там, или кто там воюет, да, те, которые решили воевать за какие-то страны там, это, за незалежность пролежней или пролежность залежней не касается, то есть за какие-то абстракции, да, то есть да, никуда она в вашей стране денется, да, ну меня не касается, ну меня не касается, ну и что это делает, ну и что? Нет, это все, да, ну, понял, это как повстанческая война. Да. Ну, то есть, ну, понял, да, типа, да. Все будут драться ногтями за Майдан. майданскую, да, достижение Майдана. Ну, я не знаю, я просто... Так получается, что ли, да? Ну, гипотетически так, смотри, одно из двух, либо так, либо, да, то есть, ну да, подожди, если ты такой, все, наши мы капитулируем, как бы, все, ну, представляешь, такая, Украина такая, все, мы капитулируем, такой, с чемоданами, там, капитулируем, это самое, все войска, сдавайте оружие, как бы, это самое, да, это, типа, все, как бы, да, все. Русский, пусть это самое. Я вернусь, когда... Ну а почему? Что-то такое? Нет, так русские придут, перевесятся, что-то там встает, а все равно все... Да. Ну, пусть даже. Ну и что? Долго это... Что, долго придут? Ну, придут там все это самое... Да. Но это не видно, что навсегда поглотят Украину независимо, никогда не будет. Ну, посадники там. Ну, наверное. Это так ценно, что ты прям готов к этому, да, ну, то есть вот это, я не знаю, я просто предполагаю, да, то есть за это можно умереть, вот за что можно умереть, понимаешь? А за что можно убивать? Ну ладно, убивать это ширший вопрос. А за что? То есть по гуманитарным принципам ты не имеешь права умирать вообще ни за что. Про убивать оставим, там, самозащита, что-нибудь придумать можно, это не суть. А умирать вообще не имеешь права, понимаешь? Да, то есть, тем более за что-то непонятное, которое там, кто-то там вышел на Майдане, кто-то там что-то там, понимаешь, 3 года, я не знаю, нет, что, серьезно? Ну, наоборот, ну ладно, ну они там прокляли. Я просто к чему, да, ну что, вам понравилось? Нет, я ничего не навязываю, просто. Да. То есть какая нахер разница? Что изменилось-то, как был совок, только теперь это такой, ну, дувной совок. Мы Европа, как было все с жопа, так и жопа и осталось, нет? Что, не так, что ли? Поднялась экономика, поднялась. Ой, поднялась. Что у вас там был? Юшкевич, кто там, или кто там, Юшков, или кто там, я не помню. Юсевич какой-то там, кто даже был, да. Что, сильно изменилось у вас там с этих лет-то, да? То есть хорошо стали жить, так потому что транши Запада стали выходить, да, вот сейчас забыл. Да, то есть не от Путина стали транши приходить, а от Запада, да, понятно. Но меня не касается, это интересно. Ну, с нами транши, наверное, так с нами делается, да, то есть надо как Крым тогда быть. Такое. Ну, может, да, это есть резон, я понимаю, да, то есть реально брать и вкладывать, то есть, да, это тоже так сделано. Взял бы, блин, да, и просто вложил бы туда, и все. Это нормально, потому что, да, просто это не молчал бы про это, а распиарил бы, так же, как да, чтобы они все заткнулись, типа того, это, как? А иначе что тогда придешь, как бы, и все, и как бы, ну, да, то есть, ну, понимаю, ну, это он имеет в виду, да, ну, неверно, примерно. Ну, дело не в этом, понимаешь? Потому что и то, и другое, оно то есть, понимаешь, как бы, да, то есть часть империи, то есть дотационный регион. Ну, как вот, ну, наверное, то есть, как бы, какие-то государства там, да, то есть, или самостоятельно. Тогда работать надо, да. А так на хайпе можно говорить, да. Но только ты атрофируешься. Ну, как бы вот ваша самостоятельность, Диана, и что дальше? Ну ладно, неудачные политики плохие были, и что там, да. Да. Ну, то есть ты хочешь сказать, что людям там себя не жалко, что ли? Что там все готовы под танки лечь? Или это указание кого-то? Ты серьезно, что ли? Да? Ну, я понимаю, да, что за голубую Украину там все должны были полезть, да, за голубую мечту, а то при... Ну, он имеет в виду народ. Да. Вот это он имеет, да. За голубую там, голубую, да. Не, это понятно, что да, мне это не интересно, я просто тебе говорю, что ну чисто гипотетически, правильно? Чтобы сейчас как можно меньше было жертв от этой всей херни. Что сейчас по-моему надо? Ну, типа того. Она никуда не денется, понимаешь? Скрипя силы, братья, мы... Путин дурак сумасшедший. Пусть придет там что-нибудь, все. Мы, видишь, они не умеют так, они украинцы. Я тебе говорю, это такие уроды, бля, посреди Европы. Лучше тебе вообще, да. Сейчас это не важно, сейчас они как бы агитат попадают. Ну, это имеет в виду, да. Да, понял, да. В результате, не в результате. Поехали. Не знаю. Спать я иду. Шутка, ясно, что. Ну, это значит так. Ну, впрочем, никто не знает. Всем доброго.